And we are live again. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the live coverage of Stepan Avagyan Memorial Round 5. I'm Grandmaster Miro, and together with my wonderful co-host, Grandmaster Maria Famenich, we will be calling all the action for this round and all the coming rounds tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and so on and so forth.
Hello, dear chess friends. Are you ready to follow? The show must go on.
Yeah, the show must go on. Well, as per usual, we are starting with 15 minutes delay, and that's exactly the delay you have with, if you're watching the moves on one of the platforms, chess.com, that we are using for the broadcast, or Lichess, whatever. The games have started already. What's what's the tournament situation? I think once again we have a new leader, and we also have a new, what would you call it? A new setting that we can show. Let me try to find it. Is that the one? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one. So if we go here. Well, you're able to see, but you're not able to hear us. Anyway, the new leader is Aram Hakobyan, right? Who's arguably, he has played, like, last couple of rounds, he played fantastic chess, very intense, very kind of not necessarily sharp, but very precise games, very tense games, and yeah, and also the fact that after 4 rounds you have only one person on +1 leading the tournament.
This 2.5 points.
Yeah, it gives you the idea how even the playing field is. So basically you have Aram Hakobyan on +1, you have Shan Sargsyan on -1, and everybody else is on 50%. This very different tournament destiny. Like, most of the players have 4 draws, and then you have Aravind who won first, then lost 2 in a row, and then won back again against Donchenko. Right. The pairing for today.
Our main newsmaker, I think.
Yeah. Donchenko and Aravind are main newsmakers. Is board 1, where we do have Aravind with white facing Robert Hovhannisyan.
Is it Tarash?
Yeah, we've got some moves in. It's, I think, semi-Tarash, you would call. Knight f3, knight f6, knight c3. For those of you guys confused, I think nowadays it's absolutely irrelevant what you call it. The point of calling it like Tarash, semi-Tarash dates back like at least 20 years ago, where knight c3, c5, c takes, e takes would be the real Tarash defense, which is, by the way, still played by the likes of Daniel Dubov, who's, yeah, I mean, I cannot help but show the fantastic invention of Daniel Dubov, so-called Dubov Tarash. Yeah, people kind of coined this phrase to call this Dubov Tarashin. So basically the line that was not existent. But anyway, knight c3, c5 used to be the real Tarash, kind of. And the inclusion of knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, c5 used semi-Tarash, because after c takes, black would take with the knight. e4, knight takes, pawn takes, then the main line would be cd4, cd4, check on b4, trade the bishops.
Variation.
Yeah, exactly. That's something that I wanted to mention, that it was popular maybe, I don't know, in the like 80s, 90s, and then Kramnik brought it back to the stage, like very high level, and it was also kind of remarkable to me that, like, when I've seen Kramnik playing it, of course, like, Kramnik does something you have to analyze. And first, I thought you have to be very clever with black. Like, for instance, white has a few choices here: bishop c4, bishop d3, rook c1. And when the whole thing kind of originally started, I was thinking that you have to be very clever with black. Let's say after bishop c4, knight c6 would be the move. after
It was
bishop,
before
yeah.
Kramnik's
After bishop d3, you have to be like clever and not play bishop d3, but not
B6.
play not c6, but b6, and this and that. So it's almost like you have to react to what white is doing. And recently, with like computer analysis, basically what black is doing is b6, bishop b7, knight d7. Doesn't matter.
Matter what happens.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely doesn't matter what white's choice is. Yeah, and I said that was relevant, and now it's no longer relevant for the reason that we have so-called Wesley saw variation, right?
C takes d4.
C takes d4, queen d4, e d5, e4. I mean, all that endgame that I think Wesley was the first one to analyze all the way through to a draw. And now,
but we have e3.
Yeah, now it clearly became the black's kind of main response. Black's main response became c takes d4 instead of
because
knight
it's
d5.
The most forcing line, I think.
Yeah. Anyway, and after e3, it's of course a different animal. That is symmetrical Tarrasch, if I'm not mistaken. That was the name. No. Knight c6. And basically, what's so kind of ironic about this position, that as a white, you get to choose if you want to play with or against isolated pawn.
Oh, yeah.
So he took on d5, e d5, bishop b5. That's our game. Yeah, cd4, knight d4. Basically, that's black's isolated pawn on d5. But you could, instead of taking, you could go a3. Again, a well-known thingy. Basically, you wait for the bishop to move, and then you would take say, on c5. You go b4, and there is something for white.
Yeah,
like white gets some opening advantage, some initiative. So after a3, kind of the main move is to take and then to take. C4, yeah, and then you as white have an isolated pawn.
Yeah, so it is French isolated pawn. Yeah, it is e6 pawn for black.
Yeah, against e6 pawn.
It's called French isolated.
b6, bishop b7, bishop b7. I mean, all the known things. I guess this particular one is actually kind of good for white.
Yeah.
Because there is no knight before knight d5 maneuver. I mean,
one
of the explanations.
Also, the pawn on e6, not on c6. I mean,
if we are talking, like this is in comparison, this is much more promising isolated pawn. But anyway, cd5, ad5 takes d4, knight d4, bishop to d7, understandable, castles short. And then again, those of you who've been watching us previously, you would know that we have access to kind of live boards without the delay. And sometimes we do look at them. Okay, not much has happened. Knight f3, hitting the d5 pawn, and bishop e6. That's all the information we have for now.
He played bishop d7 and then bishop e6?
Yeah, but white also. White returned to f3, simply also. Like attacking the pawn on d5. So, bishop e6. I mean, if you wanted to, you can repeat right here, right now.
Or maybe bishop g4 is also.
Yeah, bishop g4 was interesting. Yeah, at least like computer tells me like bishop g4 was interesting. I'm not a big expert on this particular position, so we all more or less know how the isolated pawn positions should be played, right? So I guess like B3, since we didn't develop the bishop to g5, then B3, it's probably b3, bishop b2 in some way. And the only question I might have, like if this is ever bishop takes knight, because bishop e2 would be normal, but sometimes, because black didn't castle yet, sometimes this could actually work.
c5?
c5,
hanging
I don't know, some knight a4, yeah, but probably not here. I'm not really pressing this pawn on c5.
c5
like, you have rook c8, you have knight d7 if needed. Yeah, so I just like...
Maybe you need to trade the bishop on...
bishop e5.
Yeah. To play possible. white square bishop.
So let's say
Maybe
like you
it's
play
the
bishop
only
e5,
idea.
bishop takes, knight takes. But even then, right? Even then, it's
Yeah.
remember like a couple of days ago I was talking how, let's say, we've been lied in our Soviet books about not isolated pawn but hanging pawns. There've been examples of hanging pawns being weaknesses, and unless you win one of them immediately, I'm yet to see a case where it's the weakness. Anyway, knight d6.
Maybe it's better to save the bishop on b5.
Yeah. So bishop e6, b3, let's say a6, and then most probably you just drop the bishop back, castle, bishop b2.
E2 or d3 maybe also, not sure. No?
Oh yeah, and intuitively, like, I'm not sure, d3, it could be d3 in this case. Like, I know, like, that is much more often the case that the bishop's on d2, but then you're right. I don't have knight b5.
b5 to knight d4.
Knight d4. Yeah. So
this.
with bishop on e2, bishop on b2, like my ideal case scenario is to go here. Maybe bishop d3 and then knight goes to e2 g3 or e2 g3 or e2 d4. Yeah, so it's a tense position, but
what is the current position after knight
yeah, bishop e6, knight f3, bishop e6, and that's the only thing I see. No move from white just yet. No. Okay, moving to board 2.
Okay.
Nihal Sarin against Alexander Donchenko.
Oh,
that is...
This is really f3 on the board.
There's already quite some moves.
Looks like
it's already quite some moves, and you have the power to check in your database if it was played, because I'm almost sure I've seen it.
I
F3,
think I'm not.
MVL Carlsen. How about that? Or Carlsen.
Carlsen, MVL, yeah, and also Artemiev.
Yeah, like all I'm saying, people did play it. It does look like a misclick if white wanted to play so-called Grand Prix attack in the close Sicilian, right? But there is a certain point to it.
What is the trick?
I mean, I guess we see one in the game, because f3, and again, that's the only thing we have. But I mean, that's the only thing that is transmitted with the delay. But we know that black has already played knight f6, and then white went d4, cd4, queen d4,
now it's
knight
normal.
c6, and queen f2.
So we have a square for our...
Yeah, we prepare square for
queen.
I think basically it looks like what you would call the English attack against the knight, or for whatever. Yeah, e4, f3, and then g4, h4.
And one of continuation after bishop e3, queen d2, and then queen f2.
And here, yeah, you mean like this, and sometimes you go queen f2, let's say to control b6, or something, or just open the d file for the rook. So queen on f2 is not like terribly misplaced. It's always fascinated me the knight on g1 in various Sicilian setups, because like one thing that I think has something in common with this position all of a sudden would be this line of Krampovsky. Yes, bishop g5, knight e4, bishop f4, c5, f3, and then, yeah, like there is a line with a check, and there is a line with knight f6, d takes c5, and now, actually not sure, like nowadays, I think b6 is the move. But back then they were playing this, let's say check, queen c5, e4, yeah. And very often you would get, later on, like bishop e3, you would get kind of Sicilian position, Sicilian dragon, very often they go g6 and so on. Sicilian position with the knight on g1. And interestingly, the knight on g1 is not misplaced. Like you would think, yes, of course, compared to normal Sicilian, knight has to be on d4. Not really. So something like that is happening here. cd4, queen d4, knight here, queen here. And I don't know. G6 is what he played, I
Let
think.
me
Yeah, G6, bishop E3, bishop
G7
G7, and
or
castles long.
And after bishop E6 positions.
Ah, so he did play bishop
Yeah.
E6.
What is the position? It is
Again, again,
slightly better for white, I think. No?
Hard to tell. Hard to tell. It's like really you have to compare with
The normal Sicilian?
with the usual Sicilian, and interestingly, in the dragon you would have this knight on D4 or maybe even on B3. So the knight on G1 is not so bad. Like, yeah, you could put the knight on E2, king B1, and so on. So for now,
or maybe not on C1 after queen.
You mean knight E2, knight C1?
Knight C1 to protect the pawn on A2, maybe.
I think that's almost like a general recipe. If you don't know what to do in the Sicilian, go queen B1. It's always useful.
Useful, yeah.
So I mean, let's just like play this move, for instance, and black castles, and we go. So from what I understand, it's too slow to go some G4, H4. I feel like it will be too slow.
Let's do it. H4.
H4. Not sure. Queen A5. I'll just like play the dragon. Knight E2.
Knight A2. B5 or no?
Okay, knight E2. There is knight E2. There is B5. Yeah, knight E2. There is B5, but there is also F to C8. Let's say.
G4.
G4, and this is where.
I
mean, I'm not saying it works, but like I'm always scared about, moves like this, or
B5.
Knight B4, B5 again.
I played dragon for some
with black, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a good dragon for black.
No, of course. So, but this is why, as I king B1 castles, I don't think we have to go for this H4 G4 attack. It's more of a, say, knight E2.
Okay.
Let's try my move. Yeah, queen E5, and what I see computers doing, knight F4, and probably even like knight D5 somewhere. If B2 is hanging bishop C1, so white is strangely not playing for the kingside attack.
Just to trade the bishop.
White's not playing for a kingside attack. So again, queen F2, G6, bishop E3, bishop G7, castles, bishop B6. Very original, but also very.
But the pawn structure is
exactly.
well known.
Like it's original in terms of opening moves, but that's dragon variation with some strange pieces, right?
Especially the knight on G1.
So what we want to say about the players, Michal Sarin, even though he's the top seed, so far he didn't really have a good chance of winning the game. In fact, yesterday he was in a shaky situation against Ray Robson. Yeah, and Alexander Donchenko, of course, can be disappointed after yesterday's game because he was like completely winning at some point. Yeah, he was completely winning at some point against Sarin.
I'm not sure that completely winning, but good chance.
Like big advantage, yeah. And yet he finds himself on 50%. Facing Michal Sarin with blacks. Really, Donchenko's, let's say, tournament destiny really depends on this game. Like if he, I'm not saying like winning, but even like if he doesn't lose this one, that's all right. Okay, we played normal tournament. If he loses this, so that's like 2 consecutive losses in a row, and it's not impossible to lose against Michal Sarin, then it's really, really hard to bounce back. And today's is.
But Aravin, let's remember how Aravin. Yesterday he was lucky.
Yeah, Aravin is like the surprise of the tournament. If you tell me a person will not have a single draw after 4 rounds, that would be a big surprise. Okay, let's move to board 3.
Yeah, he played knight E2.
Let's move to board 3. He did play knight E2, so the last thing to show. And we move to our leader, Aram Hakobian, who's facing Ray Robson. What's the opening here? It's very confusing. Yeah, okay, there's the Berlin, D3, bishop C5, And white played bishop a4.
Without a6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
I'm not sure what. Can you see if this was
Okay.
ever played? I've seen this move
Should
in
be,
similar
I
situations.
think should be. Yeah. Let me check. After d3, bishop c5.
We know this is like by far the most popular move, is to take on c6. We even have a header
it's
game.
quite popular. Carlsen played it.
So bishop a4, bishop a4.
Grishuk, Gukesh.
Yeah, bishop a4 is the move.
Is the move,
so on
yeah.
a very, very
It is
primitive, on a very, very primitive level, I can explain that after knight d4, you can take on e5.
And
right?
also it's a tempo for white, because the bishop is not after.
No, exactly. I mean, if you castle, so that's kind of one of the explanations why bishop takes c6 is such a popular line.
Or c3 also. Yeah.
Yeah. So bishop c6 or c3. C3, I think nowadays it's almost like castle, castle, d5, and there is not much.
But to prevent knight d4.
Line. Yeah. But basically, if you castle, black goes knight d4, where you have to take, they take. Bishop b6 and d4. I think d4. Now, I don't know, I'm confused with computer saying castle. I'm used to the thought that this was the main line and then some knight a3s and so on. Right. So white playing bishop a4. White playing bishop a4. Now, at least he's saying, no, you cannot play knight d4 because I will take your pawn.
Without any compensation, I think.
I don't know. I'm always tempted to say that there is some compensation, but I guess
d5.
I take.
We cannot play d5.
This would be a great move,
but after
it's
b5
illegal.
maybe.
b5
to attack the bishop, and then.
B5, yeah, and if I go to b3.
And here d5 or.
Maybe castles, and then you go what? You go
d5?
d5. This looks somewhat of what you call the martial attack. So you sacrifice the I mean, in this case, for instance, white
just take
white
on b3.
Actually, that's a stupid move because now rook e8 or first take b3, take on
take
d5.
On d5, yeah.
With the queen, yeah, this looks like very standard compensation. But
it's better than famous martial attack, I think.
Maybe even like better compared to martial attack. Yeah. So after b5, the move you have to consider is c3, ba4, pawn takes knight, bishop takes, you go back to f3, bishop, I guess, b6. So and then you will win this. You will win this pawn eventually. I'm not sure if you take it immediately. Maybe you just castle.
Castle, and then maybe.
Yeah, like castles, queen a4, and again, it's always some compensation with the pair of bishops. A bit unknown what's going to happen. So bishop a4. Anyway,
after bishop a4,
castles.
And d6.
Castles d6, c3. Yeah, exactly. And after d6 is the moment where you can play c3, because remember I said c3 is the move, one of the possible moves. Then black castles, and after you castle d5, very sharp but very strong move, where black more or less equalizes, right? So this way, if you played with bishop a4, you're waiting for black to play d6, and then you go c3.
Mm-hmm.
Then you go c3. So now if you go d5, it's the same position, but with the bishop, with the bishop on a4, which I imagine is favorable for white. Anyway, c3, knight e7. Again, very standard maneuver. The knight goes to g6, d4, bishop b6.
Bishop b6.
Yeah, because my pawn on e4 is not defended.
Before d4.
We had some games in the database.
It was the Carlsen Grishuk game, and Caruana Vidit. And
Grishuk himself. It's interesting that you have Grishuk playing it with black and with white.
Yeah. So he's a big specialist in this system. But after d4, we switch to Uyghur game.
So we still have.
And
we
maybe
still have some games.
Madaminov Yakuboyev. Madaminov is second of.
I didn't
he's
know.
second of
Sindarov?
Sindarov. Yeah.
So one of the young Uzbek guys. Yeah. Interesting.
He played it in 2025.
Bishop c2, I think, was also played, right? Do we know?
Yeah.
Do we know anything about this line? Yeah. Bishop c2, and black replied with d5.
d5.
Okay. Yeah. That's a very standard move in these situations.
White can choose what the pawn is better.
Yeah, like if you take here, knight e4, and somehow the black's position is always comfortable in these cases. Bishop g4, knight c6 or g6.
F pawn is a bit weakness because we have some pressure with the bishop on b6.
You mean f2? Yeah. So that is, like, in general, this is not what white has to be doing. ed5 is nothing.
Maybe
you can take with the knight, probably.
Yeah. It's like Petrov opening. No?
So this is an option, yes. c4.
And if
bishop f5 and somehow
takes.
You're right. It looks like the Petrov line, but I feel like for the Petrov we almost like lost the tempo. We could look at it. Look, e4, e5, knight f3. Maybe we'll show the guys what we mean. I think it's what it is. D4? Is it D4?
Takes on
knight e4, bishop d3, d5,
yeah.
and this.
Yes,
right,
the pawn structure is the same after.
And now, like nowadays, they play knight c5, or there is like some queen d7 move. But let's say this, sorry, castle, and I think c4. And this
but maybe bishop on c5. It's the same.
I think it was bishop e7 because you wanted the knight on c5. That was my
actually, yeah.
I think this should be a theoretical position. It's very, very likely that this is a theoretical position. So it's something similar to what we know. Yeah.
And after d5?
So d5, d5 here, c4, bishop f5,
knight h4.
And I was afraid of some knight f2. So this we have to take
on c2.
They take this
Maybe
guy.
Some problem with the knight on
this
h4.
guy, and they go knight g. I think knight g6.
Knight g6 to open the file, yeah. To open f4.
Knight g6, and when we take, if we take.
And if we avoid
knight f3, yeah, we probably have to play knight f3. I mean, just to illustrate that if knight takes f g6 and black gets a very strong attack. I have to go back to f3.
And it takes.
This is what's the material? Okay, we'll take the pawn back. One pawn.
Pieces.
Two pieces for the rook and the pawn.
And the pawn, but
e5 is a bit weak, right? Maybe we are not. Knight a3, knight c4, something. Yeah, looks like black is doing okay. Again, they will play f6. They will open the f file.
Or rook e8 and takes on e5.
And also, there's an immediate, knight a3. There is an immediate knight e5, of course.
So we are blundering.
There's, of course, an immediate knight e5. That's why I've seen Engine doing some strange things, like queen
to
c3.
defend the pawn on c3,
Yeah, so black's okay here. In fact, what...
Maybe just develop the knight.
If I take with the knight, that is a question. Because it's the same structure with colors reversed. And I'm the one who first starts attacking this pawn. I think bishop g5 is a thing, knight d2 is a thing. Just attack the pawn. So maybe black just takes back, wants to keep it symmetrical.
It's again some type of Petrov system.
No, but like a knight d2, and if you just take, again, black has to have better moves. Probably knight d6 is what you have to play. knight d2. Bishop d2, if you do that, I think white is better, because for now the bishop on b6 is a little bit offside.
Yeah, we need to play c6, bishop c7.
But white's very fast, right? Queen f3 or even like queen h5.
h5,
I think queen f3 to fight with bishop f5. So let's say if you go here, queen f3,
yeah,
it's very pleasant. It's not much, but it's very pleasant for white. It's very pleasant for white. So, and if you were to play bishop f5, again, trade, queen f3, and it's very one-sided, right? Like a white plays risk-free position with some pressure, no immediate way to equalize for black. Knight d6 would be, yes, knight d6 would be great. That's what I wanted to say. It would be great to put a knight on e4, but you cannot do it. Queen d5.
We need a tempo to play c6 and bishop f5.
Okay, all the way back, and I think knight e5 is one alternative, and maybe knight bd2 is the other one. Okay, let me see.
Also, we can maintain their
tension with knight d2, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a different game. Let me see.
It was the last.
No, he's still thinking after d5.
d5.
He's still thinking after d5. Okay, shall we move on to board 4?
Number, 4.
4.
Yeah, sure.
Artemiev with Shimon Gumulaj. Artemiev so far had 2 relatively difficult positions with black, where he made both draws, and
one
with white he wasn't
short,
even pressing. Yeah, it was a very short game with white.
What's his mood today?
We don't know. One is this. Artemiev playing e4 is already a bit of a surprise.
So it's promising for us.
d6, cd4, knight d4.
Maybe some.
No. Okay. So that is. That is the move that I would be criticized, like in a Soviet chess, Soviet chess school, some pioneers' palace. They would say, no, the bishop d3 is not a good move.
But
you have to
we have seen it in this tournament, maybe in the first round, no? Bishop d3, I think it was. No?
Maybe. So, again, it's not the move that I would recommend, unless you know what you're doing. Yeah, unless you know what you're doing. So basically it explains how bad white is doing in the main lines. Because, I mean, actually all of our Sicilians, when Michal Sarin plays f3 on move 3, when this is played bishop d3 instead of your normal move, it only explains that there is no advantage in the main line Sicilian, right? So that's why people keep inventing all this sidelines.
It just show us how they prepared to the game.
Yeah. Like nowadays people like pushed the theory knowledge so far.
That's
knight c6, bishop
e3.
Can someone tell me? So if I go here,
I just take and
knight c6,
go
and
back.
if I try to take here, you take that guy, I take that guy.
And f7.
You take f7. And this is where I'm sad, right? If I take f2, you have knight d.
Or even take on h.
Knight h.
Let's continue.
Knight h1, and there's probably some e5, bishop h7, or check. Yeah, I know it ends badly, but I wanted to look at it like just to show that if you try to be as greedy as possible, and you're saying you will take material and I will take material, maybe I'll survive.
White starts to collect first.
Yeah,
that's why.
But in reality, knight g4 is not such a terrible move. You just have to take back. Sure. Bishop, I guess bishop d.
C1 maybe. No?
2 or even bishop c1.
Maybe some double attack after.
I'm not so scared of queen b6. Yes, bishop d2. I understand your concern. Queen b6 attacking 2 pawns in a row, but I'm not so scared because usually
bishop c3 maybe.
Okay, Compi says bishop. Yeah, probably it's right. Bishop c3, knight d2, knight c4. But even this, like the queen will lose some time. You're undeveloped. It's very often enough compensation, and this one's probably even better. Queen, whatever it goes, b6, knight d2.
So it's poisoned
pawn. Knight c3. It could be a poisoned pawn. Yes. So what did he do instead? He didn't play knight g4, right? He went g6.
G6. Mm-hmm.
So it's again a very, very strange dragon. h3 now controls g4. And c4, knight g4 anyway. H takes, bishop takes, logical. Bishop takes d4, knight d4, knight c3, e5, knight d5, queen d2, and I think black just took on
d5. Yeah.
Bishop
The knight
d5,
against the bishop.
Yeah, the knight is beautiful on d4. The knight's beautiful on d4. But what do we do with the king?
If we castle, we will mate immediately.
Yeah, that is something we don't want to do, because queen h6. Now, of course, that would be naive.
And maybe we can do long castle, just to put the queen on c7, e7, and then.
But
maybe.
Is it safe in a long castle? That's another question. Like
c5
before c5. Yeah. Now, I still think. Hang on. I still think you want the king like around g7, but I don't know how to do it. I'm not sure how to do it.
h6.
Now, you should probably start with like some clever waiting moves. Because okay, let's say I go a5 to stop b4 and just like, what are you doing? Because if white castle short, then immediately black can castle short.
It's not interesting to do short castle with the rook on h1.
Long castle is also, like I played a5, long castling seems strange. But white will play f4, right? So now I understand something. I might have to go queen f6 first to stop f4.
Are you stop really?
f4 queen takes, yeah.
Okay, let's continue. f4 takes, and what with your knight on d4?
You mean takes here, king d2, and
try to trap you.
Nice.
After king
nice.
c3,
the beautiful knight on d4 is actually getting trapped.
Yeah.
So queen f6, f4, and I cannot. I mean, I should probably be able to take with the pawn. No, same thing. Castle long, and your threat is bishop b1. Beautiful. Castles or bishop e4, but bishop e1 works as well. And again, the knight is trapped in the very center of the board. Tricky.
f4 is a big threat for white. Yeah.
Again, bishop takes.
I actually think we should
we should try for long castle.
For long castle. To avoid the attack.
This is something special about Artemius. You look at this position, and all of your experience tells it's just like a good knight against this bishop, which is not great. But he constantly manages to find the exceptions, where optically it looks nice for yourself. And Rook c8. Okay, I mean, Rook c8 is something that makes sense as well.
And what after f4? Not
sure.
A big threat.
Not sure. Again, like as long as I'm not taking, the knight is safe, right? So b5, queen. I don't know if queen b6 does anything. b5, cb5, and I don't know, maybe just some queen b6 or something.
To prevent any castles.
Yeah. Well, actually, this one is also like, it's a crazy complex position. Doesn't matter what computer tells you.
No castle for white, no castle
for white. Black probably can at some point castle, but not immediately.
f5, queen h6, and mate.
But yeah, it's too early for
no. I mean after
black. But first, like white has to play something. It's not easy. Rook c1 or something. No, seriously, it's a crazy game. It's a crazy game.
Maybe it will be the first result for Artemius.
For Artemius, yeah.
I don't know what result, but
actually thinking. It feels like maybe black didn't have to
take on d5.
Yeah, let's say if you go rook c8, the knight
First,
is not threatening to run away, right? If you go f4, then I think
And what is the difference here?
maybe there is no there's no difference. Yeah, good point. Good point. Maybe there is no
and if we
difference.
could we take a pawn on g4? No, I just
Ah,
I just saw a pawn.
queen here, and they threaten queen g7.
Seven, with the idea to
Wait a sec. So now I'm like totally at the mercy of computer. Queen g7, and you would think you win the pawn back, maybe knight f6, but no, king d7. And if it's a check, the king goes to I don't know, I wanted to say to c6, but it's too much. No, it just goes to e7, and
c7
black is perfectly fine. So bishop g4, queen h6, bishop e6, and
I just want to take again on d5.
Yeah, surprisingly.
But black squares, of course.
Computer's move here is to castle, which I'm not sure.
But what about our H file?
So I stop you from castle, and I think I somehow pin the rook, so that's whenever it moves, I can at least take on
f4 is an option.
Yeah,
but
and this is maybe the plan. It's still hard to play unless you analyzed it at home, to sacrifice a pawn like that and then just.
But if you are giddy with a big experienced in his courses in every variation, you can play.
So he looked at everybody, but Artemiev is the opposite of Kiri. I believe, like Artemiev, if there is any weakness of Vladislav Artemiev, that he's not working on Kiri too much.
I just remember this game.
Very good practical player.
In candidates here. Bishop.
So we have a suggestion that after bishop g4, it could be
c5, yeah?
c5, but c5 they just take, right? There is no check. There is.
Okay, let's show.
c5
takes.
c5, and I'm not sure.
We have no check on b5.
There is no follow-up, regrettably, right? So probably right. I mean, you're gonna have to put something where there is a 4 immediately. Okay, that's another story. If 4 immediately, and if bishop e6, just don't know, castle long, king hides here, bishop d5, e d5, and it didn't help you that you won this pawn, right? You still cannot castle.
Maybe this is the same position with an extra pawn.
Same position. No, I mean you took the pawn, but you've lost some time, right? Anyway, what's the current position on the board?
After rook c8,
so he took on d5.
Is thinking.
Hang on. He took on d5, e d5, rook c8, and Artemiev is to move. And again, like there is a 4.
Our screen a bit.
Yep.
It's like okay.
Sorry for that. This is it. And finally, last but not least, Sam Savian having the white pieces against Shan Sarkisian.
This is Italian or not?
I'm always confused how to name this one. Well, this in theory is Italian for most people, but I was told that it only becomes Italian after bishop c4, bishop c5, because this is 2 knights defense and there is something else. No, well, I think it's Italian 2 knights defense after after knight f6. Sorry, d3, bishop to c5,
a4.
So we transposed into like the Gioco Piano Italian. a4, and a4 is
well known.
Well known as well. Everything is well known, but this is what I was telling you, that it's the only opening that I cannot teach myself the good theory, even having the database and computer, because you look and everybody plays every other move. Like knight d2 has some point, a3 has some point, of course castle, c3 the main move. I think people tried the bishop g5 on move 5, everything. a4, yeah, fair. I understand, can be played. Castles, bishop g5, bishop e7, knight d2, d6, c3, king
Oh, you know,
h8. Think king
King
h8,
h8
you want to go
something
knight,
new, yeah.
knight g8 and f5.
Only one game with the king on h8. Before was played h6, a5, bishop e6.
Wait. I think I've seen this h6, and if bishop e3, there is knight g4. If bishop h4, knight h5. I intended to say. Or
bishop h4,
knight
knight
h5,
h5.
bishop e7. You would take with the queen, and
Okay,
there is no knight e5.
Васила граф Крамник.
So there are games like this. Yeah. There are games like this. So king
Anand
h8
Rager also, Hare Krishna.
Yeah, king h8 is something new, and I'm thinking the point is knight g8 f5. That's one idea.
Knight h5 to try
Knight
the
h5
bishop.
for now.
No?
I feel knight h5, and if I go
And
bishop
f5.
e3, f5 again. Yeah, maybe. So let's say white castles, and then
So the idea to
this is possible,
unpin
but
our
also
f7 pawn.
this is possible. Here
And f5, yeah.
f5. I guess.
So it's rare.
You're also
but
threatening. You're also threatening
logical.
f4. I'm almost forced to take. I don't know if this works ever.
You trapped it or not?
Looks like I trap it, but
takes and just takes on d. Just take
this
on
one's
d4.
hanging. This one's hanging in the end. So something like that. That
takes on d4.
Knight, bishop.
Or even
queen takes,
also.
queen h5, bishop f5. And what is the material? No, I mean black should be in fantastic shape. Only one pawn, but I mean white's up a pawn, but with this pair of bishops, this one or this one, whatever, like any diagonal you choose, this bishop is terrible. So yeah, that should be good. Can I do something instead of castle? I don't know if he has already played the move. No. Oh well, he did. He did. After king h8, a5 was played.
You know that the previous game was Ashot Parvanyan. Yeah? It's Armenian player. Should be Ashot Parvanyan.
Some young player.
Young player, yeah?
a5, a6.
And he won.
We have a5, a6. Interestingly, I've seen many cases in this gioco piano, or I mean, with two knights with the bishop on e7, where you don't have to react with a6. Interesting, white goes a5, and they almost want you to go a6. And if you just don't do anything, a6, even b6 you can play.
And if a6,
so black played a6, and now your kind of your structure is a little bit more, a little bit less flexible. It's kind of fixated at there. After a6, I think what we can do, we can go b4.
Yeah, and one of idea without a6 to play rook b8 and b5.
Yeah, like
without any preparation.
That's what you can do. Yeah, rook b8, and if anything, you
b5,
can go b5.
Yeah. And with a6, it's impossible.
Almost impossible to go b5. So now you get white gets to choose how to press on the queen side.
e5 was played, I think.
a5, a6, yes.
But a6, yeah.
a5, a6. Okay, the time situation. Sam is on 47 minutes in my live board. So down half an hour compared to his opponent, Shan Saxian. I think Sam strikes me as a player who would spend a lot of time trying to calculate everything. But that's a wrong position to try to calculate everything, because each side on each move has so many options. Just like you have to, have some general knowledge where you want your pieces to be, and we all know that more or less. Yeah, and then you just play.
But it's interesting that we just discussed about a6, and he played it.
Yeah, Black played it, and still Sam's not sure what to do next. It's a very, very, how to
And
say.
what about the castles? What's the problem? Just to develop the
No,
pieces?
it's not a problem. It's the same thing. Knight h5, bishop e7, queen e7, and then Black is looking to play.
Something here. D4
Black
maybe?
is looking to play f5, d4. I'm not even sure.
F5.
There's this. No.
Also knight f4.
There's also knight f4.
Because one of the trap to take on e5, but after knight f4.
Knight f4. And again, like back in the day, I would think it's nothing serious because I can do this, and eventually g3. The bishop on c4 is not doing much anyway, right? The king left, so let's think rook e1, bishop f1, g3.
And f5, it's a bit risky.
f5 with this file, I would not be surprised. But now, again, like I'm picking at the engine, and it teaches me the modern way of playing chess. Just go g5, g4. And fair, yeah. Fair. The knight on f3 is not great here. It's very tricky.
No moves, yeah.
Yeah, very tricky. I'm almost not sure. I feel like we shouldn't be castling.
Okay.
We shouldn't be castling at least at least so early, right? So some useful waiting move. d4, something I would consider.
Queen c2.
Queen.
Queen c2, maybe
queen
not
b3?
very useful. Queen b3.
Like queen b3 attack this guy, because he went to h8, right? So maybe queen b3. Not sure if knight h5 is possible anyway. Because now if I take, yeah, the pawn is protected.
Stupid battery on b3.
Crazy, huh? Bishop f7. Yeah, bishop f7. Yeah, takes here, takes here. Now I was thinking to take on d2, but you can take with the king. Yeah, this is something I missed. I thought Black is like super happy.
g6.
King d2.
g6.
Yeah. Well, it's actually knight d2.
Knight d2, and
after it's actually knight d2.
Okay, here g6.
G6 here. No, but then I take on g5 and go bishop f3. Then I go on g5 and go bishop f3. It's tricky. Now thinking like takes, go here, they go here, but I cannot do anything. Like they're safe.
But what is the next move? Because after the cut.
For Black is also not clear what's the next move.
I don't know, maybe how to develop the bishop on c8.
This is terrible, right? Fully restricted. On the knight, on the knight on 6.
Okay, knight is 7, maybe. To go to g6, f4 again.
Yeah, but then why did we sacrifice the pawn? Why did we sacrifice the pawn? So here we could just go, instead of knight h5, we could just go queen e8.
Just to protect.
And yeah, play something very similar, but not sacrifice the pawn on f7. It's a very, very hard position for players to play and for commentators to understand as well.
He played queen b3.
Seen many times, yeah. Queen b3, a5, a6, queen b3. Many times I had this, that the hardest game to understand something is Gioco Piano, or as we had it, Acopian against Sargsyan, the Ruy Lopez, but again, like all the pieces on the board for 20 moves, not a single exchange. You don't understand the structure because you don't know what structure will be. So that's one of the harder things to kind of commentate on. I suggest let's go back to Aravind. Okay, board 1. Let's go. There should be some development. There should be some development, but
it's still
for us, it's still showing the same position, which no, come on. There've been many moves. There's been many moves. Maybe he was thinking over here. Yes, b3, the move we were discussing.
b3,
castle short. Bishop b2, and he didn't go a6. He went knight e5. Knight e5, knight to d4. This is always scary. I always think some knight g4 and
some attack.
He calculated everything. a6,
You believe
bishop
them, huh?
e2, rook c8, rook c1,
Queen e7,
queen e7. Somewhere here. Honestly, part of me just wants to take the bishop. Wants to take the bishop.
No, it reminds me Artemiev game in the third round. No, then he played with white.
Against Artemiev, the first and so far only game with white that Artemiev has played.
And it was quick draw after some moves.
So rook c1, queen e7, rook c2.
Rook c7, queen b1.
Queen b1, I don't like it.
And the last move was...
don't like it. We are getting too far from the king side, so there can be something. So queen b1, rook f to c8. Rook f to c8 is, of course, very solid.
Yeah, should be. And also, the idea is to attack the pawn on h2, maybe, with the knight.
Some knight g4,
yeah, instead of rook c8.
Here you mean immediately to go knight g4. I'm not sure what they do. h3.
And what,
h3
what to do?
and,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, it's too early to do it.
Maybe this is a move, strangely. Because usually in the isolated pawn position, you, as let's say, if black has the isolated pawn, as white, you don't mind exchanging the knights because you have knight e2 or knight b5.
But knight b5.
Here, if you don't have any of the two, I'm not clear how you hold the d4 square.
Maybe I will take the bishop on e6.
Knight e6, f e6. Yeah, maybe, but still, knight to b4,
knight
bishop
to
b5.
Some tricks here.
Yeah, looks like the black would be.
And also
h2
pawn. Not now,
one
but
day or another.
One day.
Bishop h2, knight g4.
Knight g4.
Yeah, agreed. But even rook c8. Even rook c8. What do you do? There's a pin. Yesterday we've seen how bishop a3 can be a problem. Bishop a3 can be a problem. I think black is doing more than fine. I think black is doing more than fine.
Okay, let's just play h3. Maybe it's useful.
H3.
Not to calculate.
No, not immediately.
You
not
know,
immediately.
I'm ready.
No, but even, like, honestly, I would be scared. Like, I see this guy far away. I would be scared even of immediate bishop h3. Shouldn't work. Once again, I'd like total disclaimer. I think it should not work. Queen d7, king g2, and some knight g6.
So the idea to check on h4.
Of course, yeah. The idea is to check on h4. Okay, they have f4 as the only but sufficient move. And this one doesn't work. But I'm just saying, whenever I see h3, this is what I'm tempted to do. So I imagine knight g6 is a try.
Rook c1 or rook d1.
Yeah, like if you do this, then I'm again. No, you move the rook. Now you'll have bishop f1. Again, let's show this. The rook is no longer on f1, so if you try that, black would be like
but you
okay,
also can
but bishop
try
f1.
to mate me after queen e5.
Takes and go queen e5.
No.
Knight f3, h5. Again, computer defends it, but even this looks like promising because black attacks and white has the pieces too far away.
Pieces.
Black has two, so white has two pieces too far away.
Yeah.
And realistically, no, I shouldn't be going knight g6. I'm still thinking, if I do this, you probably have to take.
Yeah.
Probably have to
prevent
take.
The sacrifice on
h2. But then if I take with the pawn, means I move the rook away from the open file. So to kind
maybe
e4 follow my logic, maybe I have to take with the queen now. Have to take with the queen, and again, my plan is go knight g6 and go queen e5.
And also my knight on c3 looks terrible.
Exactly. So that is probably the only problem for white, but it's a
I need to play
very serious one. Knight c3 to
knight
d4.
d2, knight d4, or knight d2, knight f4.
Yeah, knight c3 to d4 in one move. If this is possible, you're very happy. All right. So this
it
is it.
looks good for Robert Avanesyan. Who's better here?
I guess nobody's better, but it's sort of easier to play with black because he has found the squares for all the pieces. White still has to solve like the question, answer the question what to do with the knight on c3. So from the evaluations are still like it cannot be much. Yeah, it cannot be much for either side.
Maybe the idea for white just to exchange all the rooks after rook c1 and then somewhere with the knight.
Even like knight a4.
Yeah, and just to exchange all the pieces.
Oh, no, this one. Wait. I thought you will go here and then I will go knight e4 and then somehow I went knight e4 immediately. I'm actually not sure what should I play. Knight e to g4
and if h3.
If h3 now there is a hope. I was hoping to go here.
Okay.
But it's again, computer educates me finally.
All my pieces
here
on the queen.
That's a beautiful, that's a beautiful setup. So that if you take, yes, black is winning.
Yes.
White doesn't have to take. White can still be sort of okay with knight d1.
It reminds you some game, or not?
I'm not sure I have anything particular in mind, but it's very logical.
Take on h3.
Yeah. Do you know a game like that?
I try to remember.
I've seen something similar, definitely. Seen something similar differently. I think with colors reversed, there was possibly a puzzle in Dvoretsky's book. That's what I'm tempted to say. And usually his puzzles are from some game. I just don't know whose game it was. But yeah, but that is... I would not say the sacrifice is... Nah, come on, 94 is Miro's move. I would not say sacrifice is standard, but what is standard, that if your opponent brought all the pieces to the queen side, then of course you're looking to attack at that side of the board, right? Sure. Like, this is your target area for black. Okay, they spending time. The position is maybe not so sharp, but quite, quite complex. So good for us. And Robert Hovhannisyan, I think.
He's alone, on the board.
I suggest we check Michal Sarin with Donchenko. Donchenko is sitting and calculating. Not that many moves played. So after bishop e6, knight g2, queen a5, king b1, and after knight d7, he went knight to d4. Here's your dragon variation.
It is normal dragon after knight d4.
Here's your dragon variation, and it's remarkable how you would think, like say, if black was to castle, we continued normally, you would think white is so much behind compared to usual dragons where you already would have like pawn on h5. That's a little bit different game, right? So white is not trying to checkmate the king. Okay, I have a question. What happens if let's say, if black just castles?
h4 or takes on e6?
It actually says, I will take, I go here.
But the knight on c3 is...
If bishop c3, it's check here, bishop d7, so they don't take on c3. Yeah, so that's the main problem, because now the e6 pawn is hanging and you don't want to be playing king f7. Okay, so knight d4 has sort of a real threat.
Okay.
If I wanted to avoid this threat, so that would mean I'll take.
Take, and now maybe?
I don't know, you take twice or you just, probably you just castle. Then white goes h4, and black can go h5.
So some standard play for dragon,
it's quite standard nowadays. Yeah, it's
and
the fact that
who now is playing dragon with black
correspondence players, I think. I think that's the main problem with the dragon variation. I mean, you can play it on like club level and I believe up to maybe international master level or something. And higher on, the problem is not that dragon variation is not correct or not playable or it losing. The problem is like you have to memorize a lot of stuff, and the final kind of resulting positions, they are not as kind of cool, as entertaining as they used to be. It's in
just
a way
need to defend.
Yeah, you need to defend some slightly worse position. It's in a way the same thing happened to King's Indian, because King's Indian was a fantastic romantic opening when they would allow you maybe 1 in 3 games to checkmate their king. Now that most people play, I don't know, G3 line or some like bishop e2, bishop e3, there's no point in playing King's Indian, because yes, maybe you can hold, but you will much easier hold some Queen's Gambit with black. So that is kind of modern
That's
theory.
why Carlsen stops to play.
Yeah, no, but seriously, on a high level, again, I've mentioned Dubov a few times. That's kind of the last person from, say, elite level of maybe not playing chess, but kind of elite level of theory knowledge that I've spoken to, but I've spoken to some other people. And basically the conclusion is like this. If you play against one of the elite players with black and they don't want a game, they want to make a draw, it doesn't matter what you play. You can play the sharpest Sicilian, the King's Indians, your, I don't know, Dutch defenses and so on. They will always find a way to sterilize the game and to calm it. So the logic is the opposite. You trying to play something exceptionally solid, and then if they want to play for a win, you will get your chance, even if it's a Petrov or something super solid. Like how many games black wins in the Petrov in Berlin? Yes, wins some. Speaking of which, if you let computer think a little, even computer, which is a greedy bastard, he also goes G4, AG4, H5. That is something that we know even
from the childhood.
From the childhood, the ideas, again, the position is different.
No.
This
I mean,
idea,
the idea.
Yeah, this idea we've seen from the dragon variation itself. Okay. So 97, 94, Nihal Sarina thinking.
H4 was played also.
Well, wait. So black. Sorry, I missed it. So he did play knight d4, bishop d4, castle, right?
And h4.
And white played h4.
So we discussed.
So yeah, we can easily transpose to this one. I wonder, maybe black doesn't even have to play
h5.
H5, yeah.
Rook
How?
c8, maybe standard.
Yeah, rook c8 could be an idea. Or I was even thinking like take this guy, maybe then play rook c8. But then you have knight d5.
Yeah.
So of course, like I had some ideas. Again, I'm not sure if it works, but yeah, at least I had some ideas. Rook c3, queen a2, knight d5. If bishop takes, pawn takes.
And the pawn structure is clever for white.
Yeah. It's interesting how, again, here we even have the queens on the board, so it should be terrible for black, right? But even some endgames, like here, if white's the move, white of course will go queen d2 and probably checkmate black. But even some endgames think, okay, now I'll probably lose this pawn, so I have to be somehow a little bit more careful. Maybe go, don't know, h5.
Your blunders.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to say, like, C3, okay. I want this position, basically, to explain that it used to be believed that black always can defend this endgame if it's the endgame, because black has the only weakness on e7, they somehow go king f8, knight e5, if f4, they go back, go to f6, and some e4.
When you are playing Sicilian, you always believe that most of the endgames.
Most of the endgames is good.
It was good.
Yeah, but strangely, like nowadays, if you look with the proper engine, even this type of structure, black is not enjoying for sure. Like white is better. White has some annoying plans. And again, this endgame is out of discussion if white just goes queen d2, h5, and yeah, almost checkmates. Okay, so
the current evaluation is
97, 94, knight takes, bishop takes, castles, h4. Oh, computer slightly favors white. And I imagine, again, the critical line is indeed h5
G4.
and white's ability to go g4, either immediately or maybe after some preparation. So if white crushes through, he crushes like some really good move. Here he needs like some really good move. Queen e5, any chance?
Mihalsari looks very confident today.
Yeah, he looks at his opponent, and it's probably the first time I see in this tournament. Not that I was looking a lot at the camera, but the case with our players, usually they think while they're to move, they make a move and they start walking. One of the reasons would be fantastic selection of snacks that we have next to our commentary room. Yeah, but seriously, that is, finally somebody takes it in a very serious way.
So after 1.5 hours of playing, we can summarize.
Yeah, let's try to summarize what we have. Again, okay, that's a perfect scene to summarize what we have. Starting with this. I'm not sure if it's the real position. fc8. No, I think here Aravind is still thinking after rook fc8. Very complex position, which I'm not sure how to assess objectively.
After rook c1, bishop d7.
There was rook c1 and bishop e6 to d7. That's the current position.
Yeah.
Okay, but still very complex. No immediate way of simplifying, making a draw. Nothing.
Any result?
Any right? Yeah, all three results possible. Michal Sarin with Donchenko, we just spoken about. I guess. Hakopian with Robson. Was there any development?
Yeah.
Please tell me. Knight to d2 is what he played,
Knight
right?
to d2, e takes d4, e5.
e5, knight e8, cd2 and f6.
f6, yeah.
Interesting. Looks like one of those positions that I never been able to understand, to be honest.
I'm a bit worried about this bishop on b6.
Is it a good? Sorry. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Right? Bishop on b6. Like if you take, white takes with the. Knight on d2 is not great. So.
Knight b3 is.
Knight b3. I was thinking well, some bishop g4 stuff was worrying me.
I have no chance.
Maybe for no reason. Okay, this is too much because we are giving two pieces to take back one. Probably you can go h3 and queen d3. Wait, could I play queen d3? You still have bishop f5.
Yeah, but h3 is.
h3 is probably the good thing to include. By the way, to mention that this is not a great idea. This is not a great idea. So bishop f3, queen f3. I mean, it's probably playable. You don't have to take on e5, but white's better. Yeah, with such a strong light square bishop, white's better. So h3, yeah, bishop h5. Then again, computer gives some e6 move, which is probably kind of correct, the most ambitious move. But also quite double-edged, yeah? Or c6, knight c7.
Maybe trying to attack the pawn.
Or queen d6. Yeah, queen d6, I guess rook e1's played. This is possible. c6, and then depending. Bishop c7 or knight c7. Yeah, I feel like it could be also dangerous for white.
And anyway, could be also dangerous for black.
It's obviously dangerous for black with the knight on e8, right? So I'm saying it's not so one-sided. Like some positions, it's either dangerous for black or black equalizes. Here,
he played a4.
He did play a move. Yeah. a4. It's a bit mysterious. I mean, there's nothing mysterious. He wants to win the bishop. Yeah. That much I understand. By the way, if
I just
we take with black, we
A5,
just take
no?
back with
No,
before.
no.
No,
But
I think
also
we just,
maybe no.
you
'Cause
mean
some
take
take
here, take
and
here.
some idea to take with the knight after knight b3, knight b. No, no.
Yeah,
It's too
perhaps,
much.
but
It's
you
too
win
much,
one
yeah.
pawn, right? You
Yeah,
win
but
one pawn, so you're
a
still.
pair of bishops, but
No, honestly, I agree. Like if someone, let's say, tells me that there is compensation for white, I would not be surprised.
Yeah.
I would not be surprised if there is like enough compensation for white.
I
Yeah.
always ready to sacrifice the pawn if then I'm a
Cool.
commentator.
Cool. Yeah.
Because
good to
it's
know.
not my pawn.
No, yeah, no, there. Who was? There was somebody who said like the best thing to sacrifice is pieces of your opponent.
Yeah.
Some clumsy expression.
Okay. And also we can after f e takes we are not.
I think we just take
against
with the pawn.
Just
I think just take with the pawn and
c6 for example.
c6.
a5.
No, a5.
B5.
No, we cannot. b4, bishop b2. I think maybe a4 is kind of the way for us to force black to make a decision. Because if you take like that, I understand before bishop b2, bishop is doing something. If you, let's say, play c6 immediately and I put my bishop on b2, it's relatively stupid, right? It's relatively stupid. It does defend e5, but if black doesn't take.
And if I just stop the pawn with a5.
Yeah, a5 might be the best move for black. We don't really know. But then again, inclusion of a4, a5, maybe it allows you in some line where everything opens on the king side, maybe even like something like this. Who knows? It's actually not a bad move. Even computer is not criticizing me for rook a3. Anyway, so that is yet another game. That's a game about 3. Let me double check what the times are. 55 minutes for Kobe and 44 Ray Robson. So still opening stage and not much to worry about. Artemiev is Gumularz on board 4. For the first time, we said Artemiev might be getting some chances. After rook c8, f4, he didn't play b5. Remember that we looked at this b5 thing.
Yeah.
So Gumularz played queen e7, and then apparently Artemiev he castled short,
but also
he could castle long. Yeah, that was like
b5,
an option,
yeah.
a very interesting option. F takes e5.
Who is faster here?
If you take here, I think I think wrong because I thought bishop b1, but the problem with bishop b1, knight b3 wins. It's beautiful. I've packed my own king, right? And then I have to go bishop c2 and lose the queen. So bishop b1 is bad, but bishop f5.
Wow.
That's what Compi tells me. Bishop f5, I attacked here. And g takes, queen takes. D takes. It's such a mess. Yeah, queen e3. This stuck in the center, some d pawn, but black wins a lot of pawns. Crazy position.
I like Artemiev decision to
but
play just
after short castle.
But also
again,
black.
no rook on the h file, so black can castle short.
But maybe some f5.
F5.
G takes.
What's interesting, computer says g takes, and if bishop takes, we drop c4.
C4 hanging.
That is understandable.
I thought about
there's
queen
there's a funny line, by the way. There's a funny line, by the way. Bishop h7, you can win the pawn.
You cannot take on
then
h7,
then
but
it's fine for black to go here, but also surprisingly, I can take and then use the h file, like rook h8 or queen h4. It's quite scary for white as well. Okay, but once again, we are very happy. It's not dry technical position. It's
Absolutely, yeah.
something entertaining. And finally, Sevian with Shan Sargsyan, Queen B3. Wait, and we looked at knight h5, but we never looked at knight
Knight
g4.
g4.
Knight g4 is what he played.
To prevent, maybe to prevent bishop e3 after.
Yeah. First of all, knight h5, there was bishop h7, and also, yeah, the bishop cannot hide on e3. So bishop e7. There is no reply yet from Shan Sargsyan, but I imagine if queen takes, white
he replied with the castle.
Black took on e7 with the queen, and then white replied with castle. That's quite remarkable. So now, if I was to play f5.
So it is also a big battle here.
Yeah. So all the boards.
Today
is the real fight, right? So all the boards, we have games in progress. Nothing looks like a draw, any remotely close.
Time for a cup of coffee, maybe?
So, exactly. It's time for us to take a short break, and we'll return with round 5 of Stepan Avagyan Memorial in a little while.
Շատ հաճախ հասարակությունը բախվելով տարբեր մարտահրավերների
Society, often faced with various challenges, finds within itself the key that will help to overcome or confront these very challenges.
Այսօր մենք շատ հաճախ ենք գործ ունենում տեխնոլոգիական զարգացման
Today, we're often faced with rapid changes of technological development.
Մի կողմից դրանք շատ լավ դրանք շտացնում են մեր կյանքը
On the one hand, they make our lives much easier, but as it is said, these technologies do not make us smarter, if not the other way around.
Շախմատը ես դիտում եմ հաճախ որպես հասարակության կողմից փոխհատուցող մի գործիք
And I often see chess as a compensatory tool by society that allows our minds to grow.
Այնպես որ ես կանխատեսում եմ որ 20 տարի կամ մի քիչ ավել կամ պակաս
So I predict that in about 20 years we will have a generation that will be much more responsible and honest.
Այն երեխաները, որոնք շախմատից ավելի բարձր հաջողություններ են ունենում, շատ ավելի բարձր է
Children who are more successful in chess generally have a stronger ability to weigh. But why chess?
Շախմատային կրթության արդյունքում
As a result of chess education, we're able to develop the child's cognitive process in the most harmonious way.
այստեղ մենք ունենք հնարավորություն մտածելավուճի զարգացման, այսինքն
Here we have the opportunity to develop a way of thinking that is, to think in terms of formation of a certain social style.
այստեղ եւ երևակայությունն է, այստեղ եւ հիշողությունն է մշտապես։
Here is the imagination and here is the memory of the constant operations that have already been demonstrated. In general, all this is the formulation of internal speech and accordingly concentration.
Սա ամենաներդաշնակ պոտենցիալն է, որը
This is the most harmonious potential we can form in a child.
Որն է այսօրվա
What do you think is the role of chess teaching in today's educational philosophy?
Կարծում եմ, որ
Today, I think that chess can play a crucial role in our education.
որովհետև հիմնական ռեսուրսներից մեկը, որ
Because one of the main resources that are very important in education is concentration.
շախմատը այն գործունեության տեսակներից է, որ
And chess is one of the activities that also focuses on it.
կարող եմ ասել, որ շախմատը սովորեցնում է կարգապահություն։
I can state that chess teaches discipline because it is one of those games where we have a clear and fixed rules.
Իրական կյանքում մենք հաճախ
In real life, we often think only about what we should do.
բայց օրինակ շախմատը այսպես
But for instance, one of the biggest advantages of chess is that the chess player has to calculate not only his or her steps, but also the opponent's.
երբ որ ես շախմատում փորձում եմ
When I try to decide what to play in the given position in chess, I must calculate how my opponent will respond me if I choose any of the pieces.
դիմացինը ինչ կարող է պատասխանել ինձ։ Այո, օրինակ պատկերացրեք, եթե իրական կյանքում էլ մենք այսպես մտածենք։ Օրինակ մտածենք, եթե ես
Imagine, for example, that in real life we would have thought so. Like, if I take the step towards a person, how can he respond me?
շախմատը ընդունված է անվանել որպես ինտելեկտուալ խաղ, մտածելու խաղ, բայց ես ձեզ ասեմ, որ եւ որպես արվեստ
Chess is commonly referred as an intellectual thinking game. But let me add that chess, both as an art and as a sport, has great psychological and emotional potential.
Պարզվում է, որ շախմատը հանդես է գալիս ամենաբարձր
It turns out that chess is the most diverse and the best life model.
Ինչպես ենք ցույց տալիս կամ ապացուցում
How do you show or prove to a parent that chess knowledge will have the potential to be used in the future?
պետք է առաջ
We must initially take into account the interdisciplinary connections. That is to say, the connection of chess with mathematics or with the field of IT. The second, third, or fourth grade child is already able to analyze, plan, or assess the situation.
կամ գնահատել իրավիճակը
It seems to me that all this is the guarantee of learning other subjects well and being a good specialist in the future.
Ես տեսնում եմ, որ երեխաների մոտ այն երեխաներ, ովքեր որ կարող են շախմատում
I see that kids who are able to do better in chess perform even successful at mathematics.
ուսուցիչները որ որակները
What qualities, abilities, or goals do teachers see in the field of general education?
Հիմնականում շեշտում էին կոնկրետ վերլուծելու կարողությունը, այսինքն կանխատեսելու, պլանավորելու, համադրելու։
Teachers mainly emphasize the ability to analyze, predict, plan, and combine, the development of algorithmic, logical thinking, as well as the role of chess in the process of formation of observation.
շախմատ ուսումնական առարկայի շրջանակներում
What personal qualities are formed within the subjects of chess?
դա օպերատիվ վերաբերմունքն է։
The essence of chess is the operative attitude that at this moment, at this time, in this place, the child must take a step.
Այսինքն լուծման
In other words, the rationality of the solution in the given time.
երկրորդը ինքը պատասխան է։
Secondly, the child is responsible for his or her step.
Ինֆորմացիա է ստանում ընդունվող կամ մերժվող կողմից։
Thirdly, he or she receives information from the recipient and only by looking at the opponent's face can guess how strong, positive, or negative the step was. That is, the child develops emotional intelligence.
Շախմատը այն առարկան է, որ մշտապես, տարբեր փոփոխվող իրավիճակներում
Chess is a subject that constantly aims and overcomes obstacles in different changing situations. It has emotional feelings, it controls those emotional feelings, and finally,
բավականին շատ հետազոտություններ ունենք, որտեղ որ մենք տեսնում
currently we have an enough amount of research proving that emotional intelligence of pupils studying chess is quite high.
Ժամանակակից մեր կյանքը ինքը եւս ապացուցում է
Modern life proves that creative, flexible, and enterprising people are in great demand nowadays, and modern education aims to identify those people. Chess is in fact not only a model of life, but also of creativity.
դասավանդումը նպաստում է ստեղծարարության չափորոշիչների
Teaching is especially conducive to the development of flexibility, originality, and sophistication.
Կրթության մեջ շախմատը այլ առաքելություն ունի իրականացնելու։
In education, chess has a different mission and is multi-layered.
Շախմատը պահանջում է վիզուալիզացնելու։
Chess requires visualization, that is to say, the development of visual perception.
Վիզուալիզացիան այն կարողությունն է, որը մարդուն օգնում է ցանկացած իրավիճակից առաջ ստեղծել մտապատկերներ եւ
Visualization is the ability to help a person create ideas before any situation and try to visualize the situations in possible detail.
Վերապատրաստման դասընթացի բովանդակ
That is to say, the content of training course is based on the assessment of the teacher's expectations and needs.
Անպայման երկու, կարևոր սկզբունք ենք որդեգրել։
Definitely, we have adopted two possible principles. The first is that the needs of teachers must be identified and adequately answered.
Եվ երկրորդը հենվում ենք մեր հետազոտությունների։
And second is that we rely on our research, which is not only psychological, but also sociological and methodological based.
Ինձ ապրեցրեց շախմատը եւ այսօր
Chess revived me, and today I help others feel good. This has been the role of chess in my life, like many others.
Շատ հաճախ հասարակությունը բախվելով տարբեր մարտահրավերների
Society, often faced with various challenges, finds within itself the key that will help to overcome or confront these very challenges.
Այսօր մենք շատ հաճախ ենք գործ ունենում տեխնոլոգիական զարգացման
Today, we're often faced with rapid changes of technological development.
մի կողմից դրանք շատ լավ դրանք շտացնում են մեր կյանքը
On the one hand, they make our lives much easier, but as it is said, these technologies do not make us smarter, if not the other way around.
Շախմատը ես դիտում եմ հաճախ որպես հասարակության կողմից փոխհատուցող մի գործիք
And I often see chess as a compensatory tool by society that allows our minds to grow.
այնպես որ ես կանխատեսում եմ որ 20 տարի կամ մի քիչ ավել կամ պակաս
So I predict that in about 20 years we will have a generation that will be much more responsible and honest.
Այն երեխաները, որոնք շախմատից ավելի բարձր հաջողություններ են ունենում, շատ ավելի բարձր է
Children who are more successful in chess generally have a stronger ability to weigh. But why chess?
Շախմատային կրթության արդյունքում
As a result of chess education, we're able to develop the child's cognitive process in the most harmonious.
այստեղ մենք ունենք հնարավորություն մտածելավու զարգացման
Here we have the opportunity to develop thinking that is, to think in terms of a certain social style.
Այստեղ եւ երևակայությունն է, այստեղ եւ հիշողությունն է մշտապես։
Here is the imagination and here is the memory of the constant operations that have already been demonstrated. In general, all this is the formulation of internal speech and accordingly concentration.
Սա ամենաներդաշնակ պոտենցիալն է, որը
This is the most harmonious potential we can form in a child. What do you think is the role of chess teaching in today's educational philosophy? Today, I think that chess can play a crucial role in our education. Because one of the main resources that are very important in education is concentration. And chess is one of the activities that also focuses on it. I can state that chess teaches discipline, because it is one of those games where we have a clear and fixed rules. In real life, we often think only about what we should do. But for instance, one of the biggest advantages of chess is that the chess player has to calculate not only his or her steps, but also the opponent's. When I try to decide what to play in the given position in chess, I must calculate how my opponent will respond to me if I choose any of the pieces. Imagine, for example, that in real life we would have thought so. Like, if I take this step towards a person, how can he respond to me? Chess is commonly referred as an intellectual thinking game. But let me add that chess, both as an art and as a sport, has great psychological and emotional potential. It turns out that chess is the most diverse and the best life model. How do you show or prove to a parent that chess knowledge will have the potential to be used in the future? We must initially take into account the interdisciplinary connections. That is to say, the connection of chess with mathematics or with the field of IT. The second, third, or fourth grade child is already able to analyze, plan, or assess the situation. It seems to me that all this is the guarantee of learning other subjects well and being a good specialist in the future.
Ես տեսնում եմ, որ երեխաների մոտ այն երեխաները, ովքեր որ կարող են շախմատում
I see that kids who are able to do better in chess perform even successful at mathematics. What qualities, abilities, or goals do teachers see in the field of general education? Teachers mainly emphasize the ability to analyze, predict, plan, and combine, the development of algorithmic, logical thinking, as well as the role of chess in the process of formation of observation. What personal qualities are formed within the subjects of chess? The essence of chess is the operative attitude that at this moment, at this time, in this place, the child must take a step. In other words, the rationality of the solution in the given time. Secondly, the child is responsible for his or her step. Thirdly, he or she receives information from the recipient, and only by looking at the opponent's face can guess how strong, positive, or negative the step was. That is, the child develops emotional intelligence.
Շախմատը այն առարկան է, որ մշտապես, տարբեր փոփոխվող իրավիճակներում
Chess is a subject that constantly aims and overcomes obstacles in different changing situations. It has emotional feelings, it controls those emotional feelings, and finally,
բավականին շատ հետազոտություններ ունենք, որտեղ որ մենք տեսնում
currently we have an enough amount of research proving that emotional intelligence of pupils studying chess is quite high. Modern life proves that creative, flexible, and enterprising people are in great demand nowadays, and modern education aims to identify those people. Chess is in fact not only a model of life, but also of creativity. Teaching is especially conducive to the development of flexibility, originality, and sophistication.
կրթության մեջ շախմատը այլ առաքելություն ունի իրականացնելու։
In education, chess has a different mission and is multi-layered.
Շախմատը պահանջում է վիզուալիզացնելու։
Chess requires visualization, that is, say, the development of visual perception.
Վիզուալիզացիան այն կարողությունն է, որը մարդուն օգնում է ցանկացած իրավիճակից առաջ ստեղծել մտապատկերներ եւ
Visualization is the ability to help a person create ideas before any situation and try to visualize the situations in possible detail.
Վերապատրաստման դասընթաց
Welcome back. Welcome back to round 5 of Stepan Avagyan Memorial. We are joining again after almost 2 hours of play, right? And not a single result, unlike yesterday when we had two very quick results
and then one again.
Yeah, so it was quite fast developing day. Today everything is tense but a bit slower.
Maybe today is the most interesting day.
Yeah, so far, like if you take the games overall, we don't know. Maybe it will be 5 draws at the end, right? But if we take the games overall, today is the most exciting day as of now.
And we just showed you some video about the chess education.
Chess Academy of Armenia and Armenian program of chess education, which
I actually agree with all these wise thoughts about chess for children, for education. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's cool if you can implement it, right? I mean, we were talking about how it's probably hard on your mental level to convince the authorities to have chess in schools as a program. Armenia has it for more than 15 years. Which is absolutely remarkable. And yeah, so far it works beautifully for them.
The Chess Academy of Armenia was established in
2002, right? So, okay.
Yeah. Through the initiative of international grandmasters in battle Putin, as we know. Our guest of our broadcast.
Among other things, yes, he's
the
outside,
voice, but he's
the voice behind our broadcast suggesting moves. Most of his suggestions are very, very serious. Right, so he's, again, the engine behind all the chess movement in Armenia. And yes, his theory is that it's very beneficial, not only for the chess players. Of course, like on the surface, you can say, yes, let's do chess in schools. We are growing spectators for our game, right? But it's also
for us
beneficial, for the for the society, that you raise more intelligent people.
And for somebody's mission of his life, maybe.
Yeah, that's what he says. Now that, like, in terms of training professionals, you can only do that much. Everybody is so good. Everybody has these tools in form of computer analysis and so on and so on. But for chess in schools, for chess in education, for chess in society, you can still do a lot if you are a passionate, enthusiastic person. And he does his part in Armenia, and he welcomes everybody to try to achieve it in, say, your region, in your country. And that's why in this break we are playing this video of online chess and education conference, which will be held, I don't remember, like very soon, I believe. Like, I didn't really check the exact dates, but basically it will be, most of the material will be presented by Chess Academy of Armenia. Again, and back to our plays, back to board 1, where we have Aravind against Robert Hovanesyan. A few more moves being played compared to delayed board. Now, actually a lot of moves, and now there was a moment where nothing was moving, people were thinking, but now after knight c6, knight a4, that's a long series of moves forward.
And
Black
a long
took,
series of exchange.
yeah, black took on d4, bishop d4, rook takes, like so all the rooks were exchanged, and black went bishop e5 last move, right?
Yeah, to exchange
bishop
one
e5,
more piece.
also to exchange pair of bishops.
Can we avoid it, or
bishop c? That's like bishop c5 you can do,
but why the white bishop is better than the black?
Yeah, exactly. Like with the bishop on e5, it's not clear if our bishop is so great. Plus, our pieces are somewhat away from d4, right? Like so now, maybe black even wants to take on a4. If you went to b6 and black played bishop c6, again, the knight is nice looking on b6, but does not much. And some d4 ideas are once again in the air.
So we lost our main goal to block d4
yeah,
square.
So control, we are kind of losing control over d4 square. And in fact,
okay, if
I would think like takes and some queen c3 maybe. And interestingly, black just takes, goes king f8, and the king is running to the center pretty fast.
Okay, bishop f3 maybe to take the pawn.
c6, I guess.
And knight
you go to knight e2.
Yeah,
you can block it, but then king goes here, king goes here. You probably go b4. I wanted to say, like, just to stop king c5. Maybe you don't need to stop king c5. But basically what black will do is go knight e6, trade here. Should be a draw.
And if now king f1, yeah.
King f1, yeah. Knight oh, okay. I mean, probably I should be a little bit more careful because there is always like knight f5, knight g7. Right? But yeah, okay. Let's go. g6, king goes. This.
King goes. d3.
d3. Okay.
Check. Maybe d2.
I mean, you could go
better.
d2. It doesn't really matter. I mean, I'm happy with this position. And say, strangely, this one looks like a big achievement for white. But I'm almost sure even here, white cannot really... maybe I should have gone b6, not to be in trouble after e4.
g3.
This. Not sure. This, and they go g5. That's the only problematic position that I can have.
I think you should be careful.
Yeah, allowing g5, yes. Wait, f6.
You are too passive here.
Hang on.
No?
This. I wanted to say that I've seen, it was a game Tomaszewski with white against Anand, if I'm not mistaken. Well, obviously not exactly this position, but something very similar happen, and still you cannot win. Basically, so it's a fortress, right? So like white can try all he wants, and then somehow black is still holding. There was some weird position where, let's say, there was something that you could not really save the d5 pawn. Let's say it was before the bishop was here and black bishop was on f7. Something. So e4 was happening and white won the pawn, but still it was not enough.
Okay.
So that is my argument, that even if all of that was to happen, probably black is holding. Bishop e5. Did he do something? Queen b2.
Yeah.
Queen b2, and now again, I'm not a big expert on these things, but I would think I can take on a4 in some case. I mean, probably take d4 first.
And then
maybe
take here?
Queen e4 or just take on a4.
Should be drawn.
ba4 and some g6 or whatever, queen c7. It's very hard to imagine how white is supposed to win. Right?
Really?
If I'm, like, say, first of all, I'm not sure if they're threatening to trade, but even queen c6, yeah, it's not very, how to say, not very nice looking. Yeah. But I defend the pawn 2 times and I don't have that many weaknesses. So yeah, maybe black should be a little bit careful, but
so it could be the first draw today
for Aravind, yeah,
and then for Aravind and for this round.
Yeah, like
Also,
first result
first
and
result
first
and
draw
first
for
draw for
Aravind.
Aravind,
So
yeah.
again, reminder: Aravind is the only player who played all the games decisively. He won 2 and he lost 2. Board 2.
It's time to.
Let's move. Nihal Sarin against Donchenko, the funny-looking Sicilian. A3 is what we've seen. Oh, no. We didn't see F3. We've seen H4. Yeah, we've seen H4. We were thinking about H5. Donchenko played rook A to C8. Bishop takes, king takes.
And A3?
A3. Yeah.
So he's ready to.
So
no.
This doesn't work because of queen d4. And I was even looking at it and thinking, like, could it ever be something? But probably not. They defend the pawn. I mean, black still has some positional compensation, but it's not
like
enough.
in neither for.
Yeah. And in dragon as well, but sacrificing. But you need more, right? You need like one pawn on the king side, and then maybe your position is even better.
Or queens on the board.
Yeah, now with queens on the board, you are definitely happy, yes. A3, knight f6, knight b5 now, no longer letting black to sacrifice. A6, knight d4, queen e5. And queen e5 is disliked by the machine because some g4 it suggests. I'm not sure if it's so serious.
And what was the best after?
Apparently, still to go h5 to stop that, and if white takes, black is not so bothered. I guess e5 later on, and the king is not that weak.
Maybe it is also interesting to put the queen on c5.
Yeah, queen c5 over a trade, almost always a good idea. Or here, right? Queen c5, yeah, possible as well. So far, I'm not even sure what's so bad about queen e5. Yes. So let's say we went g4 and black went h5. You go g5. Knight d7 and f4,
That's
and
why
you cannot take because bishop g2 and the queen is trapped. Okay, at least
in the center of the board.
Yeah, at least this makes some sense. So this line that after g4, black cannot really play h5 comfortably.
Yeah, and f4 is after g4 is one of idea to take.
Yeah, I want to go here first.
And f4 is also g5 and f4 after.
Yeah, g5 you drive a knight away and then go f4. So if
some initiative.
Yeah, if Nihal Sarin plays g4, he'll actually get quite an unpleasant initiative.
G4 is an obvious move, maybe.
Yeah, well, one of the obvious moves for sure. Yeah, let me see. Nihal Sarin.
But
he played something
d3.
else, bishop d3, and then black dropped the bishop back to d7. Still, you can go g4.
Yeah, he protected the pawn on e4. That's why f4 also.
Or there is even h5 that the engine wants to play. h5, point being, if knight h5, we go knight f5.
And if
now,
king h8?
If king h8, g4, knight f6,
rook h7.
Yeah, no, the knight defends on h7.
No, not here. Yeah, after g5.
If you go knight f4, I think it's rook h7. Yes, rook h7, rook h1,
and
king g8, queen
h4. Yeah.
White is getting to this king. Yeah. And if knight f6, then again something very similar. f4 here. Queen h4. If you take on f5, it's e5 or g5, and white should be crushing. So knight f5 check. Of course, you shouldn't go king h8. You have to take.
You have to take, yeah.
pawn takes, and somehow, even though black is up a pawn, white has some unpleasant initiative, like with ideas like g4 all the time, or queen h4 first, g4. Yeah. Actually,
promising position
rook e1,
for
yeah, rook
Nicholson.
e1. This one's hanging. So yeah, he can get a promising position with either h5 or g4. So we'll see. For now, I'm trying to look at the camera view. He's still thinking. Yeah, he sees the board. He's still thinking.
And his way of sitting on the chair looks very happy. He's happy with his position.
But yeah, you can feel that he's not relaxed, but he's enjoying his position. That's true. Okay, so next up, our leader, Aram Hakobyan, with the white pieces against Ray Robson. And here I don't have that many updates.
Oh,
so a4.
The rook's on e3.
a4, a5, rook a3, and black's last move was knight to c6. Black's last move was knight to c6. So this is yet another game characteristic for Aram Hakobyan. Board full of pieces and a very, very slow development at the beginning. Like, what's that? 2 hours and 10 minutes, and they've only played like 14 moves.
And after knight c6, black has no bishop f5 move.
But he threatens, I guess, threatens to take d4, right?
Yeah, but now this diagonal on b1, h7.
This.
Yeah.
Right? Somehow play queen d3.
But of course, it's not interesting to play knight b3 after rook a3.
Yeah, knight b3 with a rook on a3 looks very, very suspicious. Yeah, right. So, what do we do? Okay, well, the question is, if we play something like
can
rook e1,
on d4?
Can black take on d4? Knight d4, bishop d4, and then queen h5?
How to defend the pawn on h7?
Maybe there is no way.
Because after g6, I feel I will take. And
so f5 is probably lost, right? Rook h3, h6, knight f3, and white. And next move bishop h6. So this looks terrible. This looks terrible. So not f5 for sure. And the other move is g6.
Maybe we should take with the bishop first to have an opportunity to take on c2 with the knight after.
Yeah, let's just like quickly show this
okay,
one.
Let's
looks. I mean, I'm not sure. Knight g7, rook g3.
Yeah.
Again, rook f7, e6, or queen, I don't know, e7, knight f3, bishop h6. At least looks very promising. I don't know. So now I like your idea of taking on d4 with the bishop. Yes. Is that right? Yes. Yeah, so if knight takes, now the bishop is hanging.
Yeah.
The bishop's hanging. So after bishop d4, I have to play something else. This something else could be e6. But then you return back, hit the rook, defend e7.
Or even, again, bishop takes on h7, knight g5, queen h5, and all the pieces to attack.
This one is, bishop c5 is probably not a great move, because now I can take h7, give a check.
Okay, my idea was knight g5, but
knight
it's
g5,
no, it's too
wait, why?
It's too romantic, maybe.
I don't see bishop f2, bishop h4. Okay. Okay. That's how they stop us. Again, bishop e6 maybe as well. Yeah. Bishop e6, good enough. But anyway,
somehow it could happen.
It's a strange position because like it develops very slowly, but it can explode anytime, right? It could explode anytime. So now he's done what? Rook e1.
Rook e1?
Yeah, rook e1.
So he's ready to sacrifice the pawn on d4.
So there is bishop d4, knight d4 didn't really work.
Really works.
So bishop d4, there is takes here where we just take with the pawn. The knight on e8 is terrible.
Yes.
Knight b4, bishop b1 simply. And not sure.
Maybe we can play bishop f5 to trade this guy who is every time
takes knight f1. Yeah, here it's hard to tell. Maybe black is defending well. In fact, maybe black's position is defendable. And then imagine we go here, and we bring our own rook. Rook a6 is, of course.
But what to do with this guy on e8 also?
Yeah, the knight on e8 is not great. Like, of course, yes. If black knight is on e6, black is just better, right? So that is a trade-off black is willing to make. Other pieces are nice. The bishop on b6, knight is quite stable on b4.
So we should calculate who will be first with, because after g6, for example, with the idea knight g7, maybe white is
quite quickly jumping. Knight g3,
a lot of tempo. f7, e6.
Yeah, like if rook f7, it's e6. If rook f8, it's
bishop h6.
Bishop h6. Yeah.
A lot of tempo moves for white.
Actually,
no,
this looks very dangerous.
Maybe
g7 and
e6 maybe, or
e6, queen e7 or queen f6.
But we all know that the queen is the bad blocker.
Yeah. Yeah, your problem is like bishop g5 would be great, but there is bishop f2. There's bishop f2, and if king f2, just queen g5, right? e7, I guess, just rook f7.
No, I shouldn't take on f2 if I blundered the bishop f2.
Bishop f2, king h1, queen moves, here, and some mess.
Still interesting.
Still interesting, yeah, I agree. The pawn on e7 is definitely an asset, but position is quite messy.
How many pawns?
White is one pawn down.
One
pawn down. Maybe black wants to take the other one.
Okay, two pawns is too much.
Yeah, also like black's position is relatively solid. Obviously, there are some threats on the king side, but black is not falling apart that easily.
Took on d4.
G6.
He played G6.
Okay. So he played over here. He played G7, G6. I guess makes sense as well. So he's planning for knight G7. He doesn't want to clarify the situation early.
And if e6 here?
E6 here, I think knight G7. The knight is still controlling this
rook
one.
e3.
Rook e3, rook e8. I think we'll just lose this pawn.
Yeah, maybe it's too early to...
Yeah.
G6, okay.
Yeah, again, and it's fascinating how in this game both players are willing to keep the tension rising. So no one wants to like simplify, exchange in the center, show their intentions.
And speaking about the time, 36.
Robson is somewhat down, right, on the clock.
Robson has 21 minutes.
And Avagyan 35, 36, yes. Move number 15. So Robson with 20 minutes for 25 moves. He is now officially in quite a bit of time trouble. So I think that could be the first game like that. We had some time troubles, but I don't think we had the time troubles of such a scale. Then after 15 minutes, you pretty much have to watch out for. But on the
rapid game.
Yeah. On the other hand, that caused Ray Robson a loss against Donchenko, right? The fact that he spent too much time before and then after the time control. That's round 2 we are talking about. Yeah, when he has lost
his game,
more or less drawish endgame against Alexander Donchenko because of the time situation. Okay, boot 4. First,
Artemiev, yeah?
First, wanted to say first real game for Artemiev.
No.
But again, Yeah,
Let's stop.
we'll see. We'll see.
We'll see. Okay.
So move 15. It was this position, was, very sharp. Potentially, we were looking at long castle. Castles. Rook A1. And Shimon Gumulaj played F7, F6. And I guess if you don't do anything, Black's going to play Queen G7, and he's the one having the very good knight on D4.
That's why he
Artemiev plays Bishop G6, H G6.
Won the pawn?
Queen D4, ED4. Rook takes E7, Rook takes C4, and that is a current position that I have. I don't know if there have been any more moves.
After Rook B7.
Yeah, Rook B7, very logical. You just want to take one more pawn. So now...
Is White a bit better here? No?
So White has an extra pawn.
And an active Rook on B7?
Which I probably can try to trade. I would look at it like this. If, these 3 pawns versus these 3 pawns, if Black is able to swap everything, he's in no worries, right? So White has an extra pawn, but let's for now agree this is like a double. The G pawn is what is extra pawn for White. So I would imagine Rook F7 should be good enough. And if I think if you trade with like ideas to go Rook C2 or that, or Rook C5, Rook D5, Black looks okay, right? But if White doesn't want to trade, goes like Rook B3, for instance, then we take then another file. And now it's Black who is dreaming about this.
The second
Rook's on the second rank. So I imagine Rook F2 could be possible. Then I don't know, just play King G7. I mean, I see computer tells me Rook E3 is the good move, which I agree it is. But even if I don't see it, then just move the king. I feel like Black has to have enough compensation.
That means that another draw?
It could be. It could be that it'll be another draw for Artemiev. No, I would not jump too fast, and then still maybe he'll find something. By the way, yeah, Gumulaj is still thinking.
And there is Artemiev just
walking around. Yeah. But these positions are what I wanted to say. Like, it's very hard to kind of fully analyze. Like, for instance, one of the computer suggestions is to go Rook E8. And then some naive people would say, yeah, let's take A7. And then Black goes Rook E2. Then White is lucky he has check, and perpetual, because otherwise, if Black doubles on the second rank, Black can never lose.
And if Rook F2?
F2, we have this trick. Check here,
and
you are forced back.
Rook C2.
Rook C2, and Black just won a tempo for free, right? And again, Black is not yet winning.
But
Black is not yet winning. The king is running. The king is running away. Black is definitely not losing this one. Black is definitely not losing this one. So Rook B7, and Gumulaj has to make up his mind. I think Rook F7 again. Like Rook F7 is the most natural.
Enough time. 38.
So he in fact has more time than Artemiev in this position, right?
All right.
19 minutes for Artemiev, or 20 minutes for Artemiev, and almost twice as much for Shimon Gumulaj. Last but not least, Sam Savian on board 5 against Shan Sargsyan. Okay. Yeah.
All the pawns on the board, yeah?
God, it is, again, very confusing position to look at. Castles. Queen F6. Rook to E1. Rook B8. Knight F1 and Bishop E6. Knight G3. Rook E8. Queen A4. Bishop C4. And I guess he recaptured with the queen, right?
No.
No?
He captured the pawn.
He decided to take with the pawn. Wow. Yeah, I guess makes sense, but your knight is too far away from d5. Yeah, I see it now. Yeah. Pawn takes, queen e6, a d1, b6. It wasn't b6. b6 would be terrible. I'm just blundering the knight.
The knight, yeah.
No,
H6.
that's my problem. Like I'm trying to follow, from my phone, and sometimes misclicking terribly.
Okay.
So h6, h3, chase the knight away.
Knight d2.
Knight d2.
G6.
And then I guess
and after
here,
G6,
knight f1. Huh? Or knight df1 you can play as well. He didn't play.
He didn't play.
He didn't play a move yet, but basically all I'm saying,
here.
like, the benefit of this structure for white is that you can try to get the knight to a d5. So you should do it. Not sure if this knight or that knight, but again, if this happens, white gets the knight to d5, it's very hard to react for black. Because taking it, I mean, let's say here, I guess you could take with the e knight. But the knight on e7 is passive, so now I'm not in rush to go to d5. Yeah, I might actually go b4.
Before b5.
Yeah, somehow expand on the king side, b4, and then just see, maybe one day maybe c5, one day b5. So, and of course c6 to stop knight d5, this is always a weakness.
That's why he preferred to take with the pawn on c4.
Yeah, so that is his idea, so that he gets this semi-open g file, and he will hopefully, for him, have an outpost on d5 if the knight's getting there.
But maybe takes with the queen.
Takes on c4 was something computer was kind of recommending, to take on c4, and basically just to play this position where it's even hard to tell why it should be better.
Why the pawn structure may be more flexible here.
So like pawn on a5 says some space on a queen side, plus of course this knight is
and d4 is an option.
d4 one day you probably go d4
or b4 maybe also. b4 b5.
No, what I kind of noticed from this Gioco Pianos, that white, like, you're absolutely right, like white's idea is d4 or b4 b5, but white rarely goes for pawn pushes. It's like you speculate. If you don't pay too much attention, I will have b4 b5, or I will go d4. And it's all maneuvering, then probably you get another knight on c4, So these positions are very hard to play, and even harder it is for us commentators to understand. Yes, you ask the engine, it says, okay, white is better, and still.
But d4 is also normal?
Yeah, of course. If you can get the knight to d5, which he's trying to do.
Maybe it's even easier to play for white.
Yeah, h3 here.
Just to put your knight on e3 and then
always threaten to go to d5.
Or even to play with queen on c1 and then check on f5 the mate idea. If your opponent forgot about it.
He has actually played this knight to f1, which I guess also
saved his knight on d2.
Also makes sense.
Maybe the idea to play b4, knight b3. No. What?
I'm thinking the problem could be g6. The problem could be some h5.
H5.
It's not a big kind of achievement, but
the pawn is hanging on e4, maybe.
There's knight d5 almost always in such situations.
Knight c5 with the tempo, no?
Knight c5, yeah, fair. And rook c8. Yeah, I agree. Like black is up a pawn. Even here, I would argue white has some compensation, but
if you are looking for that screen with the engine, yeah, it should be. But if you are human,
you would say I have lost the pawn. Yeah, I agree. I agree. G6. that's why this knight and the knight from d2 defends both d4 and c4. So knight f1. So black's kind of main problem, I feel like, is not having a real plan. I mean, you can shuffle your pieces all you like, but it's never d5, not happening.
F5?
F5, yes, but also, how do we... Oh, we just go f5, yeah? Maybe we can play f5. Knight here. Like if you, I mean, this one's hanging, but I mean, just
rook
the start.
c8.
Let's say rook c8
And then f4.
b4, for instance, right?
We are
B4.
all experienced King's Indian
Yeah,
players.
experienced King's Indian players. Well, actually, maybe it's not so bad for black. Maybe it's not so bad.
G5, G4.
It's like not real attack because I can probably run away if I wanted to, but also...
But at least it's a plan.
Yeah, it's a plan. It's also quite solid, right? Like my breakthrough will be like c5 in some case, and black is not that scared of it. Wow. Wait, that's not the position. That's the position, yeah. Black to move.
That's why 97 f5 is...
97 f5 is probably the plan, but he didn't play it. He went king g7.
7?
93. You can still go back to 97 and f5, but with the king on g7, if white takes and black takes, there is no open g file. So arguably, maybe black has to look for other plan.
Knight e7 to
Knight
prevent
e7.
knight d5.
So that after knight d5, you can take with this knight. And if c takes, again, speaking of experienced King's Indian players, sometimes you ask for an endgame. If white doesn't want, then this, I guess, knight h5 f5 attempt. Yeah. But if knight e7, I think you can like postpone it for a very long time. Before queen c2, wait for black because the knight on e7 is...
I don't know why it reminds me King's Indian, but maybe...
No, it did at some point, like especially after knight d5 and trade.
Maybe rook d8, c6 is possible.
Try to go before.
Or just stay here to avoid all
this, and who knows, maybe h5 and just wait.
Just wait. What
to do? King g7, knight d3 played. Move 22. So here it's move 22. The
white
times are...
White has more space, but maybe it's okay for black.
Yeah, also when I said like black doesn't have real plan, what's white's real plan apart from like putting the knight on d5? Again, pawn pushes before b5, I'm not so sure. f4 never. c5 before c5 maybe in some cases, but mostly it's about putting knight on d5 and then forcing black to change the structure.
And the time is
roughly equal. Sam Savian about 20 minutes, his opponent 10 minutes more after move 22.
I don't know why we are not
showing what?
The time for our viewers here.
We can. No, we never showed the time. That's
Ah.
the thing. This is the board where we can show the time, but funny enough,
the screen, yeah?
Funny enough, it's a different time. It's the time with 15 minutes delay, and ever since we decided to keep our viewers up to date with what's going on in real time, the only thing we can do is to read the time out loud.
Do you remember we cast about
Aravin's
position,
yes.
And we are...
Bishop e5,
we were...
Queen b2, bishop takes, queen takes, bishop takes, pawn takes. What did he do?
h5,
h5, bishop d1, queen c7, bishop b3, and
check.
Queen c6. Check first.
Before,
king
check.
h2,
and queen c6.
Queen c6.
So yeah.
Yeah, basically we guessed all the moves.
Yeah.
We guessed all the moves. So here, interestingly, like if you're not careful with white, I'm thinking, can you ever get in trouble with white? Well, probably not. Can you have anything with white? That's the hardest. Like how do I play for a win? Yes, maybe I'm not in any trouble. But so G4, G5, win the pawn sounds like a cool idea, but like, do you really want to play
Okay,
G4?
let's try.
G4 takes.
Maybe it's
takes.
the only attempt to.
Now G5. There is some.
Actually, maybe we can just, I don't know, if any pass. What, I don't know. B6,
King F8.
G5, and
We go
94.
94, right?
Takes on
Bishop
D5.
D5. There is a check.
And then
Take here.
Here, yes. What about this bishop? But we blundered on B7. Okay, maybe
Everything is hanging.
okay.
I mean, even here we are not lost yet, but it feels like king.
Maybe we could play B6 to avoid this bishop B7.
Yeah, like king F8 is strange, right? Exactly. Go B6, and again, if this knight E4, if bishop D5,
the same
queen
variation
B6, king
without
G2,
a blunder.
knight,
Or if F4.
maybe F4, yeah. F4.
Takes on G5.
Knight G5. And funny thing is, bishop F7.
Knight F7.
Knight F7 defends the queen. Yep. Knight F7 defends the queen. And after king G2, for example, have knight E6. Should be absolutely equal. F5. There's a problem. I forgotten that you attacked the queen. So the 5. I wanted badly to show this line that we take on F7. But yeah, of course. Yeah, no, I mean, that's absolutely nothing. And again, like G4 seems like too aggressive.
But if not G4,
if not G4, what else, right? Yeah, maybe a bit slower. So I can play
G3 and then
king G2, and then maybe F3, G4. So I wanted to think that because I attacked this twice, the knight is hard to move, right?
B6, A5.
Yeah, B6 you probably do. King G2, and you might go Queen C5 as well, right?
Nice move, yeah.
A5, yes, but also Queen C5 would disturb me. And I guess, yeah, like not much to be done. No, I think black is perfectly fine, and it's maybe the time for Ravind to kind of find the clear way to wrap it up, because if you go on and on and on, potentially black is the one who starts playing for a win. I don't know, at least I have this impression with knight and the queen, like you blunder some one trick, second trick, and all of a sudden black starts having ideas.
Okay, G4 or not G4?
Yeah, G4 or wait, Queen E5? Queen E5 first, but then I don't want to play G4. Now, so Queen E5 to control this diagonal, and again, the knight's not moving, this hanging. So I thought maybe
if B6
centralize the queen and
check.
Yeah, now I don't even know how I.
Maybe you can check and double attack the pawns on A6 and F7.
Check here. Wow.
But it looks not very safety for the.
Too much, right? Even though, what do I do? Like, how do I? A6, it's all right. Like, how do I defend F7?
F7.
That would be the big question. Because King G6.
And if I check on D6.
Check on D6, King G1.
The problem is still on the board.
Yeah, you do win one of the pawns. Now, actually, could be unpleasant, right? How do I defend this guy? Queen E8, you will take A6 or B6, right? You can take A6, and I was about to declare, I have a perpetual check. Of course, like g3, h4, almost always compensation. But my perpetual check plans are not very good because the queen gets.
And here you need the bishop on d6 to check on h2.
And we don't have it. Yeah, so right you are. Or I guess we are both right. So queen on e5 is actually nice, and b6, probably b6.
B6 is not a good move here.
Yeah, b6 is a bit of a mistake. Still, black has to be holding, but not so easy.
Okay, queen e5 is tricky, maybe, because g4 is more forcing, but at some
it's also easier for black.
Easier for black to calculate, yeah. And queen e5 is just a move, and
you have to make a decision again. Right.
And he has only
12 minutes for Hovhannisyan, but this is like, remember, it was a very slow game, but now they've sped up and it's already moved 29. So 12 minutes for 10 moves, 11 moves.
No results still?
No results yet after almost 3 hours of play. It's the first time, I think, in this tournament. Believe it or not, it's the first time in this tournament. Okay, let's move on. Nihal Sarin with Donchenko. Any developments here? Yeah, first of all,
wow,
I'm looking at the time. I still cannot get this game. What's going on? Oh. So we are breaking through. We are breaking through. I remember bishop d7 being the case. Oh, yeah.
Knight e2.
Bishop d7, knight e2, h5, and then queen e1. Rook to c7. Queen d2, rook to c8.
And g4 finally.
G4. hg4. f4 feels like hyper-aggression to me. Queen c5 and h5.
And h5.
But maybe it's a right hyper-aggression. What do you do with black? So first things first, if I take like that, what is the big plan? Don't understand. f5. So I can go here. And I'm not even sure what I'm threatening, right?
Maybe rook h8 to prevent the check on h6.
Check here, some knight g3, knight f4, but it's also weird what I'm doing. Like I sacrificed 2 pawns and now I'm trying to win, maybe one of them back. Even if I win 2, it's nothing spectacular.
But actually, the white king is more protected with the pawns.
Yeah. Now, computed, I see the evaluation bar. The computer's claiming white is like almost winning.
Wow.
And it gives a move b4, which I'm not sure Nihal Sarin considers, because if he does, that is absolutely remarkable.
And what idea
what is the idea?
E5,
yeah, to dislodge the queen somewhere. Is it f2? Is it b6 or something? Doesn't matter because we go e5 now. Attack the knight. When the knight's moving, we take on h5. And again, like for computer, it's of course easy that there is no checkmate for white and there is a checkmate, apparently there is a checkmate for black. For us, it's not so obvious. But yes, like seeing that before next move e5 actually allows us to start calculating b4. And g takes h5 is not even the best move, right? Black has to take with the knight, in fact. And this is where you go f5. Yeah, this is where you go f5. And I guess
rook h8.
Sure. Knight g3 is your threat. What's our threat?
To take on h5.
Rook h5 is our threat. Yeah, okay, fair.
That's why we should.
That's why rook h8 defend this guy. And then it's unclear, right? Knight f4, we can even take, maybe?
He took with a pawn
rook
on
takes,
h5.
king takes,
already.
Queen takes. rook h1. Maybe this is there defendable, some queen e5. But
looks.
Yeah. He took. You just told me he took gh5. So now that's
before
very important.
even. Before or not?
Yeah. Before is the move that gives white a very, very serious advantage. And let's see if Michal Sarin will find it, because it's very, very important.
But f5 or knight g3 is also possible.
Knight g3, again, like I'm looking at a not so strong computer. Knight g3 is also a good move where black should defend rook h8.
B4 immediately.
B4 on the board.
Wow.
Now, this is something about this new generation of Indian superstars. Whenever it is a tactical move. Remember our jokes yesterday? Every Indian schoolboy would find before. Yeah. No, seriously, it's a generation that is like possesses tremendous calculation abilities in comparison to, let's say, our generation back then, where people say, how can they know this positional concept? How they can know this rook endgame? Maybe the young generation is not as good at the rook endgame so far, but they are fantastic at calculation, solving,
forcing game.
Yeah, solving tactical positions and so on, or the tactical situations during the game. Right, so, okay, let's try to figure out what happens. For now, I don't know, b6, c6. For instance, queen goes to c6.
e5?
e5, and knight e4
no.
is not helping. Like, I didn't want to take because it opens, like, this makes the situation even worse, right? So after e5, let's say I want to go knight e4 immediately. Queen to e3.
And how to protect the knight on e4? Maybe.
If I say knight c3, queen c3, we just take on h5 and we win, right?
White first here.
Bishop a4. How do we win?
Why rook h7?
h7, king g8.
I have no check with the queen here. That's a problem. Maybe we should queen e4.
It's still not enough. No, I've already cheated, looked at the what computer move, and even
not
no, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. But even then, I didn't realize immediately what the trick was. So there's queen e3.
The mate on g5 after
rook g5.
Rook g5 and rook h8.
g5 and rook h8. Yeah, but you get this impression that white should be first, right? And that is correct. So bishop f5 could be an alternative. But again, do we believe in bishop d5? This check, king c1, and if you took on d1, it's not the queen, but the bishop is what we are taking. King g8 and rook takes knight.
Very complicated.
Yeah, even this one. Like, yeah, we can see computer says white is better, but you don't know in real game, right? You don't know, so it's super complex position. b4, very cool move.
He played queen c6.
Already played? Yeah. Queen c6 and e5 is
the only option or not?
Looks like it's the only option to have an advantage, because if you somehow slow play it, like queen e3 to defend the square, then black goes rook h8, defends the h5 pawn. So e5 is no longer that cool. e5, knight jumps to d5. And
of course, b4 should be connected with e5 immediately.
Yep. b4. Crazy.
So
that's crazy. No, I'm very impressed.
You're impressed with this.
Very impressed with Michal Sarin's play. Okay. Meanwhile, board 3, just quickly.
Yeah, some moves here also.
Board 3, Jacobian with Robson.
G6.
Jacobian with Robson. I believe Jacobian with Robson will be one of these games that, you know, for a very long time they play slow and maneuvering, and then closer to the time trouble. Everything goes crazy. So rook
The
e1,
mess on the board, yeah.
e6.
E6.
And this is the move that I think you suggested, and we
Yeah.
thought it's kind of, you want to play it if it works, but somehow knight g7, rook e8, and we are about to lose this pawn. Knight b3, bishop to e6, knight c5.
I don't know if he blundered or he...
Maybe he sacrificed it. Because, I mean, no. Now I'm thinking, sacrificed. This doesn't look like enough compensation. I mean, probably white has some compensation, but it doesn't look any like promising. You don't have to do that. It's not clearly not the best solution you have in the position. So maybe he somehow overlooked that.
Overlooked, yeah, as me.
Knight c5, queen c8 is what Ray played. And then queen c8 is, well, computer is not so happy about queen c8. I'm still not sure how you're supposed to play with white here. This one is restricted. The bishop's not playing. I guess maybe b3 bishop a3 something. b3 bishop a3. I mean, part of me wants h4 h5,
Okay,
but it will never.
Let's try h4, but
they'll go bishop
f7.
Yeah, so they are getting ready for bishop f7. Bishop f7 or even bishop f5. Can we do? No, bishop f5. It takes, and here, I guess, right?
Yeah. Some compensation.
No, it's awkward, right? So I guess bishop f7 and rook takes, bishop
maybe
takes.
Knight takes, no?
If knight takes, maybe h5.
H5. And why you are so happy?
I have no idea. I got my pawn on h5. The engine told me. The engine told me to put it on h6 and be happy.
Okay.
Yeah. So seriously, this looks that Robson is not in a bad shape at all in this game.
And maybe run a bit tired after his previous game.
Yeah, let's see what he's going to play right here.
Let's remember his end game yesterday. It was
so
absolutely fantastic.
Right, but he was the one to finish the last in 2 consecutive days, right? So he had this very tense, very complicated game against Jean Sargsyan the day before, and then yesterday he won against Shimon Gumulaj, but again in a very, very complicated game that he played beautifully.
And we have no free days, as we remember.
Yeah, here the situation is not easy for the players. I think it would be unheard of to have the 17th category round robin without the 3 days.
3 days.
Back then, but now the reality is different. Like some people play like two games a day.
They like Nepa against
Nep against Niemann.
But
okay, they have different time control.
Yeah, 1 hour maybe.
1 hour plus 30 seconds, right?
And also, I remember how Niemann blundered in one game. He just never could won a piece, but he missed it. They both missed.
I wish I could show it on the board. Yeah, that's some theoretical, almost like theoretical position from anti-Marshall or something. Yeah. So people, even like the strongest players, sometimes they confirm that they are just humans after all, and can blunder.
And Nepa said that two games.
So Nepa said even like this short time control, 2 games are a bit too much.
And 4 days with 2 games without any rest.
Yeah, that's true. So we should praise our players who will play 9 consecutive games without a free day. Anyway, white to move, and after queen c8 needs to find the way forward because, yeah, he seems to be a little bit stuck. I can see Compy wants h3.
Just to prevent bishop g4, but if I
bishop f7, rook takes,
knight
something takes, knight takes, it's not only to prevent bishop, it goes knight h2, knight g4. So intuitively, I wasn't wrong when I said I don't like this knight on f3, it has no prospects. So it goes this, trade on e8, knight e8, knight h2, and apparently knight g4 is very strong. And then if black goes h5, then we return. Now we have this target, so it could be knight h4, it could be queen d2, queen h6. Yeah, makes sense, but I believe it's not easy to find. So if you find this h3, knight h2, it could be that you play h3 because you just don't know which move to make, and then one move later you think, oh, okay, I have knight h2, cool.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, sometimes it happens. You just like you play some move and then you realize the idea of your own move. By the way, he just did something, if I'm not mistaken. He has played bishop b3.
b3. Maybe he wants to take on e7. And
on
what
e6,
if, and what if our previous idea?
Bishop f7 actually works. Takes, and you just take with the knight.
Maybe bishop f4 finally to develop our bishop. Knight d6.
Knight d6.
H4. I don't.
Yeah,
maybe.
I guess. But maybe it'll go queen g4 again.
Yeah.
H4 probably they go queen g4. Something that I don't understand from Ray, let's say, after all that, like he didn't take on c5, and like I find it a little bit hard to explain. Like, what is he hoping for let's say, for these two pieces? Like, what has to happen so that he gets a situation better compared to bishop c5? So it's the only reasonable idea that I can think of. Like somehow you take on d4, then you take on c5, you win another pawn. Yes, that is cool. But I don't see any like variation for this to happen. In fact, again, maybe we could go back to this idea. Just go queen d7, go bishop f7. Probably still black is very solid. Could be that Ray is actually better here, especially after bishop b3.
The trade was on the board.
So bishop f7 played. Rook takes, knight takes. Yeah, and bishop f4, knight d6 is the variation we looked at. What's the time situation? I believe they're both getting low on time, right? I can see Ray on 12 minutes 12, almost, and
around
14, 13.
H3, H4 is also possible, maybe. H3 is the idea to play knight
H2, knight g4.
H4 is the idea to play H5. Yeah.
Okay, so there is that. All right, let's move on. Maybe let's look at Artemiev and Bumulage, because this rook and game can solve itself somehow. So we will get our first result, very likely.
I agree that chess speaks for itself.
Chess speaks with Hans take. Nah, I mean, I don't know. So you're trying to say Artemiev's chess speaks for the fact that he's like trying to be very technical and not trying to complicate stuff unnecessarily. Yeah, it's so funny how people picked up on this Hans's phrase. Chess speaks for itself, and now like everybody uses it. Rook e8, rook f3, rook c2. Interesting.
Yeah. Rook f3, maybe the idea is to or rook h3, rook h7. I thought another
from the other side.
Another side, yeah.
But like here.
Who is the first here?
You are
maybe
not wrong, interestingly.
Rook h7, for example.
Yeah, but funny enough, it's another rook.
Yeah, this idea to mate.
I didn't. Interesting. No, but then that makes you a very cool tactician, because I'm
you
so
think about another rook.
like so square-headed. Yeah, I only look at 2 rooks on the 7's what I need. Yeah, but rook bh7 is actually brilliant, because you threaten this and this.
And after f5, g5 is coming.
Rook g2, you just go to h1, no more checks.
If
Black
plays
f5, you just checkmate by force, right? You go here and then g5.
Okay, but maybe even g5
f5 g5 also works, yeah. Okay, so rook f3, hang on. Rook f3, and that's why rook f3, rook c2. So now if you go rook h3, Black has to be careful.
Careful, of course. Because, for example, check, stupid check, as usual. And what to do?
Hang on, if I go here, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. So check I should not give. In fact, it looks like rook e3. In a position on the board, rook e3 is the only move. And again, I don't really know why.
To prevent the double...
Yeah, if you go here, now the only move would be rook g3. And when you go here, you take with the other rook. And this is how you have the perpetual. Nice. Beautiful.
So rook f3 is tricky, and I'm sure that Artemyev idea is to ask his opponent.
Yeah, like if rook e3 will be found, that's of course cool.
And after f5, g5 in this position, let's try to g5, f5.
Rook e3 like g5. So this doesn't work because
we now
you'll just
take and g6 square
check
for my
here, check here. Cannot take e8 because h7. Yeah. So g5. I need to play f5, and again rook e3 is probably the only
move.
E3 the only move. Yes, Artemyev is in fact putting pressure with this setup, rook h3.
But unfortunately for white, it is maybe the only idea how to win, because
if black doesn't find if black finds rook e3, then probably there is no second chance that it will be just a draw, right?
But he he played
rook f3, rook c2, and rook h3, right?
No,
there was no rook h3 yet. Hang on. Rook h3 was our analysis, right?
Yeah, but it was my
a good try. Rook h3 was a good try. But on the other hand, what else do you do? I mean, you could go rook a3, but then I'm almost sure
rook e2?
I can do... No, I cannot do this. I'm getting checkmated by force, right?
Force,
check. I mean, I have to go king f7 and block, because this I would be just checkmated like that.
Okay.
So rook a3 also makes sense.
Yeah.
And then I guess...
Also a threat, yeah. d3 maybe, yes.
d3...
To stop you, but if I take... And rook g3, then...
Say here... Again, some checks. I don't really understand what it is.
Or just defend to g3 and take then
g3, rook b2,
rook a7.
Rook a7, yeah, okay. Even if black survives, that's definitely not the right way of playing it. I agree, completely agree. Again, so that means Artemyev...
Rook h3 or rook a3.
Couple of promising moves at the very least. Yeah.
Different sides, but...
you see, that's very, very entertaining. And that is what... Again, today's round develops so slow. Like this rook endgame, which is like very complicated, and people short on time. It's move 22.
22.
Imagine, like it's a rook endgame, and it's only move 22. So how kind of slow the games develop today.
Only 4 minutes left, I see.
For Gumulaj or for Artemyev. Yeah, Artemyev doesn't care. He can play on 30 seconds. Yeah. And then on board number 5, Sevian with Saxian, there have been some moves as well. So knight e3, knight e7, b4, c6, queen to c2, rook b to d8, and that's something that we've discussed. And then black would be kind of sitting and waiting, right? King h2, knight h5, knight d to f1, knight f4, knight to g3. Okay, that was an interesting maneuver. So you had knight on g3, knight on g2. he could go this and this, and instead he went knight here, and this knight went to f1 and g3.
And
so
what
a
the
little
progress?
bit, not much of a progress, because black indeed played h5, rook d2, and I mean, there is no progress, but also there is like no downside to it, to be honest, because it's not like black does an awful lot. So you are still solid. If h4, you go to e2, you double somehow. Yeah, it's maneuvering
Position.
yeah, maneuvering non-stop. And again, very getting low on time, and then in time trouble, everything will be decided. So, just quickly, overview. Both 5 10s.
Oh, I just saw how Artemy played.
Artemyev's last move. So, rook b3, which is again a possible move. Rook b3, a little bit less.
Because the idea is
The
after
idea is
rook
very much the same. Rook b8, other rook to b7. We understand that. Yeah, so black has to, has to find something.
Rook e3, as we recommended
e3, but
before.
I don't understand what's the difference. Check, king f7, check,
rook e7.
Rook e7. That is acceptable for that. Then I don't understand anything, pardon me. So why can't I play this? So now check, and if you go here, it's not rook b7.
No.
It's actually, once again, your rook h3, remarkable. Rook h3, this, no checks, and after king g7, it's rook h8.
Nice
and
dance.
Rook h7, yeah.
Of rooks.
I think kind of human players are hopeless with like finding all these rook maneuvers, but yeah.
But
cool if Artemyev finds, yeah. Cool if Artemyev finds. So really, but wait, but this makes it quite a tricky kind of defensive task for Gumulage, because how do you understand that like rook e3 is good and then rook e2 is not?
To stop the rook on h rank?
On h3, right. But rook could go to h3 and it didn't. It actually went to b3, right? It's weird. Okay. So what is...
all I know that Artemyev very...
yeah, he's very good in like endgame technical positions. Yep, that's absolutely true.
Looks like it's empty position, but it's not.
He finds some tricks. So anyway, this one is still going. Jacobian Robson, at least the final position that I've seen. Extra pawn for black now. No, seriously.
I don't know what
Jacobian has to prove compensation. Michal Sarin Donchenko, maybe the most exciting one.
Yeah.
Did he play the next move?
E5 or not?
Did he play the next move? Because that could be kind
Wow.
of our game of the day. Wow. They found
all
the
the
variation. Fantastic. So e5, knight to e4, queen e3, pardon.
Yeah.
Knight c3 played by Donchenko, and this is losing because rook h5, bishop a4, and believe it or not, rook g1 would make a draw, but rook h1 is winning.
Absolutely fantastic game of...
Yeah, there is no defense.
Yeah.
Because I'm threatening checkmate in 2. Wait a sec. f6, I guess it's like too much, right? Check. Here, check. Yeah, that's too much. f6, too much. e6, to try to run away over here. White takes on d6. And it's the same thing. If you were to take, bishop takes, queen e3, rook g5. And now you have 2 squares, but still either rook h6 or rook h8. Beautiful checkmate.
You know, I'm really impressed with this game because I'm a tactical player. That's why for me it's
seriously, it's impressive how he found all that.
All this
and apparently there is no defense. How much time does Donchenko have? 7 minutes or so. Yeah. And yeah, it doesn't matter even if he would have 70. By the way, we didn't look at this. bishop, queen takes king a1, but there is not much to look at
because after, for example, queen c3 exchange.
Same thing. Rook g5, rook h8. Yeah, g5, rook h8.
Okay, rook
I
g8.
guess you can go here, and then well, actually, after rook g8, White has only and strictly only winning continuation, which is e d6.
So it's a bit early to congratulate.
Yeah, it's a bit early, but I mean, he will find it. If we get all the way to this position, he will find it. E d6, and after e d6, I think queen d4
and
here.
On d6.
Queen d6, yeah, rook e7, and yeah, here everything wins. Yeah, over here everything wins. Rook c5 is maybe the easiest. Still no check, and rook
as we said, every Indian guy,
every Indian boy should be able to find this tactic. Yeah, we came up with this nonsense phrase, and if we ever get Nihal Sarin to our studio, we could have a conversation about that, because he's one of the pioneers of a new generation. Like it's, I guess him, Prague, Gukesh. I mean, that's.
I thought he is a bit older.
He's a bit older, but he appeared as the young talent. He appeared a bit old. It's just that he got, at some point, like he got stuck. If you can say so, he got stuck around 2660, 2670. So the other guys kind of surpassed him a little bit. But anyway, we could have this conversation, what happened to like India, that now they have like a wave of generation, like younger generation players. Talents. Yeah. So, looks like Donchenko doesn't have a sufficient defense. Aravind, I'm just checking what happened to Aravind's game. It's far less exciting, but just in case to know that no big things happening there.
Let me check.
There, yeah, like okay, Khwani-san on 1 minute is the only concerning thing I see, but other than that,
also g4 was played.
G4 in this position. Yeah.
Not maybe.
I can see the pawn on g4, but I don't know when it was played.
It was played queen e5 as we thought before, and
yeah. Anyway, this happened.
Yeah, a5, f3.
F3, b6, g4 here, I guess.
So, not so fast, but g4.
G4 here, right?
Here on the board. Yeah. No, not here. b6.
After b6.
b6, queen f4. King f8, and then g4.
G4, hg, knight
e8, king g2, queen c1,
queen
d4,
queen d4, queen,
and knight c7.
Knight c7. Okay.
What is the pawn on b6?
I guess it's like you can.
Check?
It's not even a perpetual. You can run away. The thing is, these two pawns versus this pawn do not matter that much, right? So I guess check, king h3. You can go queen e2, maybe something like that. So now, if the knight is taken, this should be a perpetual check. Not from f3 because you will block, but from f1.
And also, if white can.
If white is running, yes, then it's not a perpetual. Then black is happy. It's actually not the queen. After king g5, you don't even take the queen. You go here.
No, everybody just takes.
You go here and here. Yeah, that is.
If you see
how to take the queen in one move, of course you do. Anyway, so that means there are some tricks. But objectively nothing for any of the players. So I suggest we wait for Donchenko and Nihal Sarin maybe all the way to conclusion of this game. As much as I like making breaks, but that is a cool game.
Maybe before the break we can show how Nihal Sarin is.
No. I'm saying like let's wait because they also short on time and it's a brilliant game. Donchenko has what 2-3 minutes, so we are not leaving until
until the
until
end.
this game, yeah, or either finished or maybe like comes to, they pass the time trouble stage if Donchenko ever makes it out of time trouble stage, which I'm not sure he will.
And also some events in the Artemiev game. After Rook b3, he
so you want to switch to Artemiev's game, or
because
that's a Rook endgame. Okay, I mean, if he wins, he wins. Donchenko
but
is
he sacrificed his pawn after d3.
on
Okay,
1.5 minutes.
Okay.
Donchenko is on 1.5 minutes in a lost position. So of course if Artemiev wins, okay, we will have no choice but to show his games. But otherwise, I refuse to look at more Rook endgames. We had enough.
Your clock is as usual more fast than mine.
I don't know.
I don't know why, but
something happens to my phone. It doesn't matter really. Queen
a2, a1, and now black.
King a1, and still no move, right?
No
still no move from Donchenko. Let me see. Come on. Doesn't work. This thing doesn't work for me. Period. Something's terribly off.
Let's try to use my phone.
And 1.5 minutes it says, right? But it doesn't matter how much time you have. So Rook g8 we tried. King f8 apparently you can do. Oh, wait a second. After King f8 it's actually also tricky. Because, believe it or not,
if you
check, check, they go back.
And
for now they're still controlling h7. So maybe it's too
no,
early.
another check.
Maybe it's too early to declare a win.
And f5? No, after check, if I play if f5
you
with the idea
check,
to checkmate on
King
g5.
g7, f5. Think this.
Oh, I don't believe
this.
Because maybe
this.
Okay, King b3. And if I pawn and game.
Take.
Finally.
Take, and you go f6.
No, I don't want to play.
And this is how you win. Now hang on. Go here, you take. I go here, you promote.
First. But
I go King g7.
And maybe
you cannot stop the pawn.
e6.
Yeah.
The threat to take on
g1.
f7.
It's a crazy line. Check and then e7, and you should be winning. It's a crazy line. But hang on.
Okay, if
okay. First of all, he went Rook g8. So this will not happen.
Rook g8.
But King f8 was a fantastic resource, and apparently
and maybe
f5
first
at once. But it's kind of the same thing? Question mark. No. This should be
Queen
winning.
c1.
No, Queen c1. But then my Rook survives, right?
You
cannot win
better,
the Queen back. No, but that was a crazy line. This Rook h8 and f5.
Okay, f5.
Okay. So in the game, he went Rook g8, and this is where White once again has the only move. But we thought it was a move that is kind of possible and maybe not even that hard to find. That is the move E.
Especially after all this.
I mean, after he found before and all of that,
E5,
all of that cool stuff. Yeah. All of that cool stuff. Now, of course, it's almost. If I had to bet, like I don't know what odds it would have to be.
But also f5. F5. Why f5?
5 here now he's running away. And he's running.
With his nice Rook on g8.
Yeah.
He takes d5 and nothing.
ED.
f6. I thought.
6 and I think Queen c3.
With and black
Queen c3. Queen takes, Rook takes, and the king
and
is
g4.
The king is safe, and all of a sudden it's black who is winning. No. You have to be careful, but also it seems to be not f5 but ed6. It seems to be a very logical continuation of what he's doing. Now that's a beautiful game. That's a beautiful game.
So ed takes. It's the only way.
It seems so. Yeah. E takes d6.
And if here exchange the queens, queen c3.
Queen c3, then I wait, but then I take, I go check, and I win the rook. I just win the rook. I go here and I go here. First I thought like I take g8 and some, I don't know, some beautiful pawn promotion. There is no beautiful pawn promotion. It's rook a3 even.
Okay, look on the board. He played d takes.
ed6 played. Just a second.
Yeah.
So here ed6 played, and now queen d4.
With the check on d6.
This is relatively easy to understand.
Yeah.
And then rook e7, rook c5, once again, no mystery. So what else could it be? f6 maybe? How hard it is to
we can
to
play
win
rook
after
h7
f6.
because
Rook h7, there is still queen takes h7, yeah. Rook g5, king, no, rook g5 wins easily, yeah, king f7, queen d5. Queen d5 and,
mate on e1.
King d7, rook e1,
king, and after
king d7, and you have a check. Oh, wait a second, maybe it's still not so easy. King c6?
Rook c5. No,
yeah. No, seriously, I mean, if you take the rook, there is still queen c3, some checks, but rook c5. Wow, it's a long line.
Long, but forcing.
Yeah, it's a forcing line,
checks,
and he has enough time. Wow. No, so that is a very, very impressive game by Michal Sarin. Queen d4 on the board. Queen d4 on the board. King goes to f8. Did he?
Yeah.
Or he went king f8, but this is much easier because queen d6. I'm not even sure like what's your next move here. King g7, queen h6, checkmate, just to mention.
He took on d6.
Yeah, took on d6, and I mean, this is checkmate in 2. King g7 is checkmate in 1, so rook e7.
Rook e7,
and then you go rook c5.
Rook c5, and it's time to.
I guess you just back it after rook c1. After rook c5, because rook c8. Yeah, I don't know. Queen.
Rook e7, rook c5 immediately. Queen. No moves, maybe. Time to just.
Yeah, because the threat is check and queen h6, right? So I have to somehow defend queen h6, and then like just check. No, not even like I wanted to say I win the rook. No, check and checkmate from here. I don't even need to win that. I mean, I probably win if I take on e7, but this is faster.
So it's
first win for Michal Sarin. If again, I'm scared to say something. I understand it's completely winning position, but.
I think that
here it's very hard to see. It's very hard to see him not to win.
Even if he has only 1 minute without delay.
Look, so Donchenko had a fantastic chance yesterday.
Yeah.
And there you have it. It's a handshake, and it's the first result of today's 5th round of Stepan Avagyan Memorial. Michal Sarin, the top seed, defeats Alexander Donchenko.
And how many points now he has?
+1, which means 3 out of 3 out of 5. 3 out of 5. And just quickly, while we still have the camera on them, I'll just quickly click through the other games to see if there is no other results. Yeah, Ravind and Robert Hovhannisyan. I think these two will make it out of the time trouble. Hakobian Robson. Probably the hardest game to, at least for me, it's clearly the hardest game to understand. And also both will be in a time trouble.
What was happened with the pawn on e6? It was a blunder maybe? Or it
we
was
will ask. We will ask later. Artemiev, you said something exciting was happening in Artemiev's game. Rook f3, rook b3, rook...
yeah, but after the exchange of the rooks, maybe it's not so sharp.
What happened here?
Okay.
Rook e2?
After d3, the move.
Book move 23. Yeah.
d3.
D3. He went.
Rook d3, and then rook e2. Check on b8.
Check on b8. Okay.
King g7, rook g3, rook b2.
We looked at
and
it, right?
after exchange,
rook takes,
a3.
Rook takes, rook a3.
Maybe some chances, but but
I don't even.
actually,
I don't understand. Like again, computer's not impressed at all. But
of course, computer save.
I would think. Wait, is this good enough? Rook b5.
Okay, check, but
check and rook f7.
check.
No, wait.
Okay, check.
Check, and I have to go to to g8 right? Or f8
with
the cut king. I don't like it. No, this is not
because
something
after
that I should
king
do.
h6, maybe.
Yeah. Let's show. Okay. Yes, check, king h6. This is annoying.
Rook f7.
Right? Rook f7. Okay, so then it means I have to attack this guy.
G3?
So now.
Now
if you go check,
check, and then
if you go check, it's king h6. If you go g3, I go g5. And if you go here,
okay.
I want to say
maybe
I go check. Because the king is stalemated. Right? The king is stalemated. I mean, it's probably enough to take on g4, but yeah. No. So rook b4.
He played rook b4 and should be drawn.
He did play rook b4.
He did.
Yeah, so that's all I wanted to say, like something passive like rook b7, rook a6 and rook d7. It's what people would do in the past before, like we figured out how to play rook endgames. And this would make it to the book of best games of Rubinstein, right? So the Rubinstein would go with the king to the center and win this position. But
the main goal to activate the rook on
now you have
rook endgame.
We all know that how important it is for the rook to be active and not to defend the pawns. So rook b4.
Just to attack.
Gumulage is likely to survive. By the way, we are still showing the empty table of Michal Sarin. Right, so that was board 4. Okay, let me see. Board 5. Shan Sargsyan is thinking against Sevian. And again, something happened here. Let me see. So we've seen this.
After all these maneuvers with the knight.
Move 30 after queen f3. What happened?
Queen f6.
Queen f6.
Rook d1.
E to d1, yes.
Queen g5.
And c.
Knight f1.
G to f1. Yep.
Knight e6. c5. Oh.
And d5.
And d5, of course.
Still. And knight c4, right?
Knight c4. Yeah, using the pin on this.
Yeah, you cannot really do this, right?
But maybe I can.
And then the time as well.
E4, because
can you take on E4? You can take on E4, Queen E4, and this is protected, right?
Okay, take.
If you trade everything.
Yeah.
I guess if F1 takes D2.
Knight D5.
Knight D5. This.
I will take and take on C3. Maybe it's a draw, no?
I don't know if everybody.
Okay, my pawn on B7 is weak, but your pawn on B4 is also.
I mean, if anyone is black, who can be kind of
a bit
just because the king is one step closer to the center, right? But objectively, of course, has to be a draw. So 2 knights, we've spoken about it, like how at some point you just switch to this idea: I will trade the pawns, I will sacrifice my knights for the pawns, and so on. So, and again, it's probably not what black wants to do. But otherwise,
why?
like there is this knight d6.
Why they doesn't want it?
Yeah, otherwise knight d6 is something annoying, right?
Wow, f5. But what? F5 is the idea to warn the pawn on e4, yeah?
And if you take e4 first and then knight f5, and black's very happy. So I'm not even sure. This I think you cannot do. Oh wait, I've almost blundered with the queen f7. Yeah. But I guess I can do this, and still it's good for black, because I attack the queen, and then I'll just like take on d2. So f5 could be a problematic move. Now that we have time trouble.
He played
knight d4. What it is?
Unexpected for us, but
knight
also
d4.
interesting. Yeah.
So now too many pins. If white takes, black takes, and now white is pinning the d file. It was no, it's white pinned on the d file. Cool resource, knight d4. So now what does white do?
Not to take maybe, but what?
Okay, there is this line. Takes, d5. You, I guess, take on d5, and you can go e4 and take, or maybe you can go c3. C3, queen c3, take on d5. Yeah. I don't know. We follow this line. After knight d4, white already took. Black took here. White didn't play d5 yet.
Logical, at least, but maybe we could also take.
Well, if we take this one,
the idea to check on
rook
f6.
d2.
Rook d2. Rook d2.
No, if you
my idea is
take,
to check on f6.
I think we just take
here.
And
if you
and
take
if
on
queen takes, it's queen f6.
Yeah,
this is what we don't want. This is what we don't want. And king f8, you have e6, and then white is actually. I wasn't sure it's white. White is winning. Apparently. So let's say we get there. Black takes e5. Black takes e5. If you go back or whatever, g3, queen d4,
maybe winning for black.
Yeah, this looks very promising for black, possibly winning. So queen g3, queen d. I don't know, queen d3, queen d6. Again, very.
So nice attempt
very tricky.
Of Shant to play knight d4.
Yeah, no, cool move. Seriously.
He has 4 minutes, and Savian has 1.5.
Crazy. So white almost forced to kind of go d5. Otherwise,
d5 was
d5 on the board.
Yeah.
Nice. So now we don't even know what game to look at, because everything is so sharp. Michal Sarin has already won. We have this one, which is like a big time trouble, but I have no choice but to switch from game to game. Let's stay with these guys on the camera view. I'll just be clicking on various boards. Okay, not this one. Vladislav and Shimon. This rook endgame, they will not flag. That's for sure. Hakobian's game also changed a lot. Bishop c7. Hakobian with Robson. I think Robson is just winning, right?
Let's show how it.
I'm back on move 27, so
27.
Way far. Yeah,
27. It was
bishop to
no.
Bishop c7
bishop
is what
7,
I see.
Knight d4, knight d4, queen c7.
Then some.
King g2, queen f4.
Knight f3.
In my mind, it's just an extra pawn to and a pair of bishops.
Pair of bishops, so that right you are.
Knight f3. Rook d8.
Rook d8 defended.
Rook d2.
h5 or something.
b6.
Makes sense.
Rook d2, d4.
Yeah, bishop takes.
And takes on
takes.
f7. Yeah. And after queen b3 check, king g7, queen d3, f5, exchange on queen f5, queen f5, j5.
They exchanged.
They exchanged everything. Exchanged.
Wait a second. No, with queens, without the queens, I'm not so sure anymore. Without the queens.
Without the queens and without
this,
the pair of bishops.
You get knight on d3, b3, f3, and maybe it's some sort of a fortress. Maybe some chances. That's the final position. Gf5 and knight e5.
Knight
yeah?
e5. And after king f6,
knight
d3.
d3.
So final position.
All I know, if the rooks are not on the board, it's just a draw. You go b3, f3, and there is no way.
Could be draw. Yeah.
You need somehow.
It's much better
like
than in the middle game, at least.
So Robson was like winning at some point, but not necessarily is winning as of now. Let's move 39. So they will play 2 more moves. King e6 and King 6. Yeah, he's trying to get here, of course. But all I'm saying, this game is very likely will pass the time trouble stage and we will see it again. So I'm suggesting we check Aravin's game just to see. Okay, they're not done yet, but maybe it's just, I don't know, maybe it's just a draw after all. Yeah?
Let's
Nothing.
show some events.
So there was I'm at move 39, so I'm not too far. Yeah, I'm not too far. King G8, not sure, G5 or whatever.
King G8, G5, G6.
Yeah.
And King G4.
And this is it.
But maybe it's a perpetual check for black here, no?
Check.
Queen G3.
You don't go here. I'm sure.
I'm sure.
Queen G3. And I go back, right?
And to protect the knight on C7.
Yeah, to protect the knight on C7. And then again, computer says I cannot improve, but you don't know. No.
I don't believe on this king on G4.
The king is not great, yes. I'm not sure how to... Again, like if you... yeah, queen F2 to go king G3 to go...
And
king
also
is
I
still
know
very
that
weak.
the queen and
King
the
and,
knight...
Yeah, queen and knight, yes. But here, our knight is far...
Très bien ensemble.
Yep.
How French.
The queen is good.
For example, put the knight on E7 and then the queen on H5. It would be made.
Yeah, true. Anyway, so this is what? This is the current position. G5, King G4. It's move 41. So that means we do not care about this game for quite some time. They are not in a time trouble, right?
Not in a time trouble.
Not in a time trouble.
Because...
Nihal Sarin, reminder, has already won. Hakobian Robson also will make it out of the time control, and there is like not so much excitement as of now. So we are back to Sam Savian and Shan Sarkisian. After D5, what was the move? Can you tell me?
Okay, let me check.
Move 36, D5.
D5, CD5, ED5, C3. Yeah.
C3, which
nice
is
move.
Well played, yes. Queen takes.
Rook D5.
Rook to D5.
And G3.
And G3.
Different pawn structure. Yeah. What else after?
I guess you trade everything. You go knight C6 or.
And also
H4. H4 is also something you want to play. Yeah. I guess you go here, and G4 looks ugly. Or otherwise, no wait.
I will take on
93.
D2 and then.
Yeah, take everything here. Take G3.
Knight C6. Or knight.
Knight F5.
Knight
You take with the check. Yeah,
you
take with the check. Maybe even knight C6.
Knight D4.
There is still a pin, some sort. No, black is. I mean, like black is better. Maybe it's not the most precise way, but it feels like black is better. Or even like take this. Knight C6 immediately, and then you take with it.
I think that knight D4 is a candidate for move of the day.
Knight D4 here.
Here.
Nah, come on. We had Nihal Sarin. Yeah, it's a cool trick.
Yeah,
it's a cool trick, but Nihal Sarin played a fantastic game. Yeah. Wait. Knight D4 is our main move. Wait a second, but if we have no. That is the position. G3, right? G3 is the last move.
And,
so two moves. Two more moves. Queen F6. That's okay. Queen F6 doesn't spoil anything.
Maybe the idea
Both players and
to put his rook on D4 and
you can still take everything, or you can go rook D4. Maybe you take one and put the other on D4. I'm not sure.
Because after Queen F6, it is protected on D4. That's why I think it is his idea. Or maybe
Look,
maybe here.
If I'm very stupid, if I don't want to put anything on d4, but just take and go knight c6, I'm probably still like somewhat better. Knight c4. Okay, I understand. You go here and then some h4.
Okay, but with the rooks, maybe it's
yeah, of course.
more
Yeah,
pressure.
I agree. Rook d4. Ah, you also want some.
No,
I mean,
I thought
knight
that I
c4.
just want to go to
Knight c6
knight
and
c6, but but
no,
the,
rook
the
d4 is
rook
good.
on d4
Rook d4
is
is good.
just annoying piece.
Yeah, rook d4 is very good.
And each h4 also an idea.
If I go h4,
Knight
you have knight c6. If I go knight c2.
You want to defend your pawn on b4?
Yes.
Ah, and maybe. Okay.
I see a trick which the computer tells me rook takes e4, and I think it's possible to find. And remember,
to exchange the queens.
In one position we were talking how black king is closer to the center. So now it's absolutely obvious. I'm not saying it will happen, but it simply shows how hard it is for white to defend, right? And now he didn't go rook d4. He traded on d2 once.
Here?
Maybe still not too late. He can go rook d4. What's good for Shan Sargsyan that with his rook takes d2, he made move number 40.
41.
So now he no 40
for
black.
black.
Yeah,
for
black.
Yeah.
When black took on d2, he made move 40. So now extra half an hour, he can spend some time and figure out like what is the best way. He understands he has an advantage. Like it's just he's looking for the best way of converting this advantage.
So some chances for
Shant, and Sam is in trouble. Okay, now I'm a little bit confused. This game, past the time control, right? Black is slightly better. Artemiev Gumulaj should pass the time control by now, I wanted to say.
Let's check.
Okay, 7, king h6. I mean, it says equal. What game is it? It's board 4. Let's see if they're still playing at the very least.
The move 40 just
actually somehow this pawn survived. What happened?
The move number.
I'm on move 29. Long time ago. Yes, king h6, g3, I imagine.
G3.
And then black somehow didn't play
okay,
g5.
Rook b2.
What?
Rook b2.
After g3, he played rook b2?
Rook b2. Yes, I see. Yeah. Rook b2. And why rook f7?
I don't understand.
Because he played a4. And maybe he missed.
Are we sure it's the same position? Yeah. No. You tricked me. He went to f8. He went to f8.
Yes.
Okay, now it makes sense. He didn't go to h6.
Idea
no, king h6 was good. King h6 was actually a good move, and the point would be that after g3 you go g5. That's the whole thing. Yeah, that's the whole thing. But in the game, he went king f8. Now it makes sense, of course. Yeah.
And after g3, rook b2.
First of all, like white's position is better. Rook b2, a4 makes sense.
Rook
d2,
a5,
rook d5.
Yeah.
King f2, I guess.
King f2, rook d3, rook d7, king e8, rook g7.
Rook g7, and then
rook
he went rook a3. Rook takes, king f7, rook h6, rook a5.
Rook a5, rook h7, king e8, check, rook, and after king e7, rook h7 again, and
check, king f7, check.
King
and
e8.
Was it's move 40. I mean, so that's
40.
why it was a bit chaotic, because here I believe there is a lot of things happen somewhere around this moment. Rook h6, rook a5. Is it a winning position? I'm not sure.
Okay, rook h7.
Let's say I go here. I'm not sure if it's a winning
So what
position.
is the problem for black here? Okay, extra point for white, and what else?
I think the problem is that I'm planning to go f5 and rook f7. So your king is kind of locked. d5, and if I go here, king h6, and after this you have this. So king
the
g6.
pawn on f6 is...
No, of course, in this situation, like king e6, you cannot go because I just win the f6 pawn, right? So like that,
and check,
yeah,
and
yeah.
then rook is6,
and king g6, you could think that you cannot go if you don't see this line, right? King h6, rook here, rook here. If you don't see that you can defend on the sixth rank, you probably miss. You probably miss this move. But yeah, but to go to e8, like with the king cut, it's always not a pleasant feeling.
Yes, it looks like it's dangerous, of course.
I don't know, king. It's like Compi tells me this move, which I don't understand, and
the idea to exchange
like
the rooks.
The idea is very simple. You go g5, and you get two connected pass
pawns.
It's interesting how the brain works. I thought like you need the king to f5 or something to win. Yes, so rook h5 is actually...
You just need two connected pawns.
No, but that's what I wanted my king to be on f5 to get two connected pass pawns. Wait, but that means it's just like you cannot stop g5.
Yeah, the rule is 2 pawns
are better than 1 pawn.
No. Two connected pawns wins, and two disconnected pawns are not in the rook endgame.
It's very hard. Rules are hard. Every endgame is different, but basically, if you can get a pair of passed pawns, of course you should. Yeah, king g6. King g6 was a big miss. But again, if I understand, it was move 40 was low on time. So if I wanted to criticize, let's say, black for not defending well, I would probably say king h6 is like the clearest way of defending.
But you should know that g5 is forcing
g3, g5, or rook, whatever, rook a6. Rook a6 I just take, yeah. a6. So maybe g3, g5, rook a6.
Because if not g5, I think that's
if I don't have g5, it's bad. No, but if I don't have g5, rook f7 is the next move.
Rook f7 is the next move.
It just ends the game. Okay. So where are we at? We are here, and then rook h5. Might be winning. Not played yet, but it is a winning move. It is a winning move. They also made it to move 40. Sevian Sargsyan made it to the move 40. Jacobian Robson made it to move 40. And Aravind, they also made it to move 40. And that makes it that we made it through the time trouble stage. We made it through round 5 with only one break so far. And that means we guys deserve a break, a long break. I found that we have one source which says long break. And this is what we take. And we come back. We come back. It's for the first time that we've played it to the time control, and 4 games are still in progress. We never had this. Yeah. Stay tuned. We will be back. There will be a lot of action.
People spread kindness, love, and warmth in the world around you, so that the world becomes even kinder and repays you with love and warmth. Do not forget that the most important thing on our life path is to leave a bright trace behind through good deeds and selfless work. For the sake of this dear, precious, and beloved handful of land called the Armenian world.
Stepan Avagyan.
Paruyr Sevak has a good poem called The Best. Stepan Hirapetic was the best of the best, meaning he was a genuinely good person.
Stepan
Avagyan, in my opinion, was unique in every way. I'm sure he was unique as a father, as a husband, as a friend, and as a citizen. He was a wonderful person, an amazing father, and a dignified husband. He loved people deeply. That was a natural gift, and I believe very few people can be like that. He always told us that a person should always be kind and willing, and that we should be more attentive toward people who have problems. He lived for 57 years, a short life. When he passed away, we were still young. There were many things he didn't get the chance to see. We are incredibly proud. I believe we were born under a bright star into a good family.
Ոչ թե իր համար ապրեց այդ իր 60 տարիները, այլ
He didn't live those 60 years for himself, but for everyone around him. Because when you talked with him, you received a special kind of energy.
մի կյանքի նկատմամբ աշխարհայացքներ փոխվում.
Your entire outlook on life would change. I could say that Jermuk World and Jermuk, in general, was loved because of him.
Ջերմուկը մի քիչ ավելի դարձել է ավելի սառը։ Գեղեցիկ բնություն։
Jermuk has gotten a little colder. It has beautiful nature, but the warmth everyone used to feel has lessened.
Որովհետև Ստեփան Ավագյանով մարդիկ գալիս էին եւ այդ ջերմությունը
With Stepan Avagyan, people would come and feel the warmth, and the beauty would turn into a harmonious and happy state. For me, it's very hard to go to Jermuk now. Back then, I used to go several times a year, but I don't think I've been there since his death. I often attended gatherings at his place, and the conditions were truly perfect. He was a person who valued chess players. Most importantly, he had great respect for them. When people say someone is a man with a capital M, he was truly such a person.
Մասնագիտությամբ լինելով բժիշկ, մինչև հիմա դեռ մեր ջերմուկցիները հիշում են նրա մասնագիտական.
Being a doctor by profession, even now our residents of Jermuk remember his professional excellence and how in hopeless situations he used his medical skills to help.
Ինձ համար շատ զարմանալի եւ շատ հաճելի էր նաեւ, որ Ստեփանը անտարբեր չէր շախմատային կյանքին եւ հանդիսանում էր վայր.
It was very amusing and pleasant that Stepan wasn't indifferent toward chess life and was the president of the Vayos Zor Chess Federation. I saw how he supported all the events. With such joy and pride, he spoke about the success of Armenian chess players and how warmly he welcomed them.
Կարծես երեք լիներ, որ թիմերով այսպես եւ տղամարդկանց եւ կանանց հավաքականներով բոլոր կարևոր մրցաշարերից առաջ գնում ենք Ջերմուկ աշխարհ.
It feels like it was just yesterday when, with both the men's and women's teams, before every important tournament, we would go to Jermuk World because we knew Mr. Avagyan would be waiting for us with his warmth and care. It's very painful that he left us so soon.
Ես ինչքան տեսել եմ պարոն Ավագյանին, միշտ զգացել եմ ինչքան ինքը բարի եւ ասենք կենսուրախ մարդ է։ Այդ շախմատի իր նկատմամբ
Every time I saw Mr. Avagyan, I could feel how kind and joyful he was. His support for chess was unwavering. He never once hesitated or doubted. He was always warm toward all our players and helped in every way. I always felt that. Stepan Avagyan was a very positive, phenomenal person, someone who lived every moment of life to the fullest and was a very attentive and caring friend. He was truly exceptional. He was incredibly kind and immensely generous.
Յուրաքանչյուրի հետ կարողանում էր
He could find common ground with anyone and was able to share both their troubles and joys. In every situation, if a friend made a mistake, Stepan would take the blame upon himself, as if he wanted to carry everyone's burdens to ensure there were no errors or regrets. Apart from his enthusiasm and dedication, the support he gave to chess during those difficult years, his steady progress, and his joy at every success of ours inspired us all. He had every right to call Yermak his world, and we all found his love for the city completely justified. He is truly one of the most notable figures in the historical chronicles of Yermak.
It's astonishing how so many positive qualities could be present in one person, along with traits of complexity and great responsibility. Interestingly, he often befriended people older than himself, saying it's essential to learn from elders and pass that wisdom on to the youth. When I was a teenager ending training camps in Jermuk, we witnessed his daily care and attention. I'm certain everyone who interacted with him would say the same. With children, he was a child. With adults, he was an adult. With service staff, he was one of them. With leaders, he was a leader. This shows his exceptional human quality, the ability to balance such differences in our society.
Ինքը շատ մեծ սիրտ ունեցող անձնավորություն էր եւ ինչ հարց որ լիներ շատ մեծ.
He had a great heart. With every issue he helped with, it was with sincere joy. He loved being able to help people. He was truly devoted to chess. He knew all our top players and talented children. He especially loved me, and I remember how much he loved chess in general. He always turned big tournaments into celebrations in Jermuk. I was 11 when I played among the U18s. Every time I won a prize, he would call me over, take me to the store, and buy me sweets.
Stepan Հարապետիչը ինկերությունը ու մարդկային հարաբերությունների բարձր գնահատող
Stepan Harapetich valued friendship and human relationships above all. Our doctor had a unique energy. He left a huge emptiness with his passing. I remember how he would say, "Come hold your training camps here. Jermuk is at high altitude, 3,000 meters, and we're closer to God here. Whatever we ask for, we'll reach him quicker." He saw Jermuk as the center of the world. For him, it was a vast world in itself. His patriotism, his love for his nation and homeland was immense. One of his greatest wishes was for Jermuk to become a chess city. It happened. Even today, our chess city holds its own place on the international chess map. Every event held in Jermuk needed to be covered and shared with the world.
Stepan Avagyանը ամեն անգամ երբ Ջերմուկում հանդիպում էինք հարցնում էր ասում էր
Whenever we met Stepan Avagyan, he would say, "This won't be seen just in Armenia, will it? The whole world should see it." He wasn't talking about the tournament itself or the hotel complex. He meant, do everything so that people talk about Jermuk. When you read the international press, they all knew Jermuk as a spa town. But with all these tournaments, it started being called a chess city too. I'm convinced that among our children, in our Armenian gene, the chess gene is so strong that one day we'll see the likes of Tigran Petrosyan, Sambat Laputian, Levan Aronian again. I'm sure new Karen Asrians will be born and will become world-class chess players.
Իզուր չէ, որ այս տարի էլ, ասենք, մենք ունենք մի մրցաշար, որը մտածում ենք, որ Հայաստանի ինչ-որ փոքր քաղաքում մենք
It's no coincidence that this year we are once again organizing an international tournament in a small town of Armenia, a tournament featuring some of the world's strongest players. I would happily participate, knowing such a strong tournament is happening. I'm sure many chess lovers around the world will focus on this event today because it's a powerful tournament, and the dream that Jermuk would become an internationally recognized chess city is being realized today thanks to Karen and the work of our academy.
Ես շատ ուրախ եմ, որ այսօր այս մրցաշարի կայացման պարագայում մենք կարողանում ենք իր երազանքներից մեկը իրականացնենք.
I'm very happy that with this tournament we are fulfilling one of his dreams, that Jermuk becomes a true chess city, known not only as a resort but also as a city of chess. His work continues through his family, through the chess academy. Everyone remembers and honors him, and of course, it is deeply saddening that he cannot witness these days. I'm extremely grateful to Karen Avagyan, his son, and to the whole family for their care and dedication. Thank you for doing everything to turn our past aspirations into reality.
Շատ կարևոր են այս մրցաշարերը, ոչ միայն նրանք կարևոր են երեխաների համար, մասնակիցների համար, որպեսզի բարելավեն իրենց շախմատային.
These tournaments are important, not only for the children and participants to grow and win, but also because each time we are able to remember Stepan Avagyan again, a man who made a great contribution to the history of Armenian chess. Let everything we think and do with each tournament, no matter how difficult, help the world, the city of Jermuk, its people, and chess lovers everywhere recognize and remember his name. I want to address him directly, as if he were present, and say, "Dear Stepan, all your dreams are gradually coming true. You have a strong, wonderful family, worthy sons, amazing daughters-in-law, and grandchildren who uphold your family's honor." Thank you to all the organizers. Thank you, Stepan Avagyan, my father, for who you were, for being the kind man that you were. Thank you for still being in our lives.
even 10 years after your passing, you continue to help us in every way. Thank you, dear Father, for leaving a bright trace for you and for us.
Շնորհակալություն, որ մեր համար, քո համար, Փափ, թողեցի լուսավոր հետագիծ։
I guess we will have to repeat everything once again because something happened to our mics. Apologies for that. So again, round 5 of Stepan Avagyan Memorial is coming to its conclusion, but we still have 3 games in progress. Again, we reminded the viewers, Michal Sarin won a nice game against Donchenko. Then during our break, Aravind and Hovhannisyan made a draw, and this on our screen, it's not yet the live position, but it can easily become the live position of the game Artemiev versus Shimon Gumulaj. So basically after Rook H5 that we've discussed during the break or before the break, Rook H5, Black played Rook C5. And then
the last
attempt to confuse your opponent, but Artemiev happens to be not that easy to confuse. So he took, he went King E3, King E7, and he went King E4. Now it doesn't matter where Black goes. I think next move is
F5. F5. No, F5. Yeah.
I'm not sure where the king went. Yeah, on the camera it looked like he went F5.
F5.
So it's either King E6 or King D6.
Looks
D6
like D6.
In any case, F5. F5 is a good move. Yeah.
Right. Let me update the position. Artemiev. Yeah. After King E4, it was played King D6, F5.
King D6, F5, King C6. Yes. So now you have to go G5.
G5 and then
G5 and King E5. Otherwise we are not winning.
After, for example, King D7.
King D7, King D5. And again,
G4.
Like if you go G4, I'm in time to take and defend this pawn, right?
One time, yeah.
And if you go towards the pawn, I play G4 myself, and then I take the pawn next move, and so on. So basically, white king is way too active for black to be able to save. Yeah, but it's not such an easy.
But what another move of if not G5?
Yeah, that's true. There is no other sensible way of playing this position.
King D3 is.
King D3, as we figured out, is a draw, right? King D5, and then black puts the pawn on C4, and he can wait more or less forever. Yes, it is a protected passed pawn, but black is in a square of this passed pawn, and it defends his own pawn, right? So he can go D5, C5, D5, C5 all the time.
But G5.
G5 on a board. Yeah.
And
G5 here. G5 on a board, and it's a first win for
Artemiev. Yeah.
It will be a first win for Artemiev, and it will be second consecutive loss for Shimon Gumulaj.
Well,
he lost yesterday to Aram Hakobian. Yeah.
Today he was close to the draw, but
yeah, at some point he could almost force a draw, but yeah, Artemiev. That's how. Yeah, that's the problem playing Artemiev. You can never relax, right? Always some tricks in seemingly harmless, innocent technical positions. So G5 and
after King E5, maybe it's.
Yeah, it could be resignation. I don't know what you say. Should you try C4? The thing with C4, C4, King D4, right? Yeah. What was this line when the queen was being promoted? G4, King E6.
King E6.
Yeah. Maybe you try this, like you see that white played King E6, and then you resign. Yeah. So pawn was taken, King E5 played. King E5 played. And even though players have enough time, I don't think this game is going to last very long, simply because very limited choices for both players. But no, Artemiev stands up from the board.
He knows everything about his position.
Yeah, he knows everything about this position, but I was hoping to stay on this game until it finishes. But if he goes for a walk and his opponent's gonna start thinking, that probably means we have to switch to some other game. Let's update on our viewers on what else do we have. Hakobian, Robson, I don't think changed very much. Maybe you can tell me if there were any moves after move 43, b3.
b3, rook g6,
rook to g6,
rook e1, rook g7, rook c1, and just...
So for now, not doing much. Not doing much, okay. I mean, in fact, it's some sort of a Zugzwang, because if you leave the c file, rook c8, rook c3 is very bad. If you leave the first rank, I imagine rook g1, and if you go rook c1, this is where takes d3 is your problem. So again, it's a cool moment, because if you let white play knight d3 back, it's just a fortress, right? But black goes d3, knight d3. White gets the same position, but there is no black pawn on d4, and then king d4, king c3.
Key square for the king.
He wins, yes, and d3, king e3. I guess there is something else that is winning, but yes, but the nicest, the nicest of course is no, not this. Almost fell for it. I mean myself, attack. D1 queen, yeah, knight c3. I thought I thought I was flushy, but yeah, d2 is actually an easy win.
D2, the same idea,
D2,
but
and
without
then
any...
you go check, then you take, and then you go king e4, king f3, something. Right. Anyway, now we understand what Ray Robson's idea is, so that's why he was maneuvering with a rook.
How can we prevent this?
Move the king to e2, I guess. And then if I go king e4, you'll have rook c6. Yeah, so king e4 is not great. And I'm not sure. Maybe, yeah, maybe you can go king e2, king f3.
King f3, yeah.
Because the king is, like, you could say g2 square.
Like the king was guarding the pawn on h3, maybe.
Yeah, but it's a bit like slow, right? And white also gets active.
Rook h2.
h2, rook d8.
Ah, whoa. Yeah.
If you take
no,
knight f4.
Of course.
No, but we have again. We have to show all the silly lines. And you go here, and I give a check. King d7, just following what engine has to say. Actually, I don't understand how white is supposed to continue, because it's its second pawn.
h5, h4.
Yeah, we just win a second pawn. Maybe this is also a win. Maybe the whole thing with like maneuvering with the rook, maybe it creates the final Zugzwang game. White has to move something and allow black rook to get on one of the files. One last thing to check, knight f4, we will take and go, not sure, rook e, tempted to go rook e8 to cut the king. Or,
another idea to,
wait, if we go here, it's here, right? No, I mean, it's again some computer nonsense. Here, then here. What the move I kind of understand is this, but apparently it's not winning after rook c7.
Rook c7.
So after knight f4 is not yet clear. You would have to take, and then you will have to find all of those tricky moves. Yeah,
because
king
after
e5
king
is not
e5
great.
is not great, yeah.
King e5 is not
blundering
great.
the bishop, yeah.
King e5 is not great now, so you'd have to take. Wait, so d3, you just go king e3. So I guess this and
king f3.
Rook g6.
King f4 again.
Makes
no?
sense. Yeah, if king f4.
Rook h6, maybe.
Rook c6 first, kind of important. You cannot trade, so you go. No, I don't understand what's going on.
My idea was again
to go to h6.
To attack the h pawn.
King f5, you just take this guy, you take this guy. Everything promotes. So it feels like it's winning objectively. It just takes some time.
And who is winning in the game?
Sevian with Sargsyan. Sevian was in trouble last time we've seen, but we can check again. So that is board 5, where Sargsyan is thinking.
H4, yeah. Knight c6. Rook b2.
Rook b2.
Yeah, rook b2 to protect the pawn.
Yep.
Queen f3.
Queen f3, good move.
Queen e1. And rook e4.
That's what Sargsyan's playing.
And b5.
B5.
Takes.
A b5, rook b5. Yeah. Yes, that's what currently on the board. Wow.
Interesting pieces on f3, e3, e4, c6, all on one diagonal.
Yeah.
You only need to put the bishop on g2 to use it.
Knight
but we
d4.
Rook b2.
Rook b7.
Rook e3. Rook h4. Rook h4. Maybe just
thinking this because I'm threatening knight f3 and some queen c6 and so on.
Even better, yeah.
The problem apparently is some rook b2 defend this, so you'll be able to play queen h1. It's a lot of attractive moves. Like g5 looks very interesting. If you take h4, I think black should be winning again.
In h3 and then rook e3 and mate on g2.
This, or this and this.
I guess.
So g5 attractive. Yeah, a lot of options, and it's understandable why Sargsyan thinking. The only thing I want to check is how much time does he have? How much time does he have? 10 minutes or something like 10 minutes, 11 minutes.
g5, yeah, it looks interesting to attack the king with a few pieces.
Imagine one of the options, right? Knight d4.
Yeah, white squares.
Maybe you should move the a4, d4.
And what do you do to move the rook? I like this piece.
To go knight d4 and queen c6 or queen e4, so basically to get to keep the queen on diagonal. So I like knight d4, but then my rook is like in the way of my in the way of my own pieces. Anyway, I believe like for now, let's just.
Yeah, actually he played rook a4.
He did play rook a4, which is the best move. Okay, but no, but we also threatened rook a2, right? Okay, not like threaten rook a2, king g1, but we would like to play rook a2. That's what I'm saying.
Then knight d4.
Knight d4, and probably is just crushing. So if you go here, I'm thinking.
To be greedy and to take on a4.
Knight d4, I was thinking, but then maybe some queen.
d1 to exchange.
Queen d1 to exchange. No, I'm not exchanging. Queen c6.
Okay.
I see the valuation just jumped, and I immediately understood.
Rook b6 isn't works, yeah.
Wait, sorry. This.
Check on f3.
This. Now I can go queen e4. You cannot take. Maybe I could go queen e4 immediately. By the way, here I could probably go queen e4 immediately. Right? You cannot take this guy. Confusing.
Another attempt to exchange the queens to go to h1.
This queen h. Wait, but then
you
actually did exchange the queens. So then this is stupid on my part. Knight d4. So after rook b2, you are threatening queen h1.
Because I defended the pawn on f2.
And that's why I take, right? And then if you go queen h1, I actually have queen f6. Wow. Confusing. But rook a4, wait, rook b2 is not played.
Actually
already, yes.
Already on the board.
So now, knight d4 looked very attractive, but that would be a mistake because white would have queen h1. Fantastic precision. Yeah, and I've just recalled Sam Savian. I don't think he had like really good winning chances in any of the games, but in round one, he was at some point completely lost against Nihal Sarin, right? He was completely lost against.
Now he started to collect all the pawns on the queen side. He took on a5, and after queen h1, maybe the position.
He took.
Yeah.
He took rook a5, queen h1. Okay, so if I take on h1, it's 4 versus 3. It's not yet like
rook
completely
c5,
winning.
Rook b7.
Rook b7.
4 out of 3.
4 versus 3. I'm not sure if we are winning. So I guess objectively, or maybe not objectively, but like the best move is to keep the queens. That's what I'm saying. Keep the queens, and if the same first of all same thing cannot happen, rook b7, f2 is hanging. F2 is hanging.
Artem f1, and maybe we can ask him to come.
Yeah, if he will be so kind to join us in the studio, yes.
Yeah, he's ready. Okay.
Okay, let me quickly switch to the other view.
Okay.
Like that. Right, and then I'm looking for...
Спасибо.
And we are back with today's only, not the only, but today one of today's winners. Let's say, I keep forgetting Nihal Sarin. Congrats, Vladislav.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to say the tournament had a hard start. Okay, hard as in like a couple of draws you had to defend, but now finally after today's win, maybe it changes for the better. Are you happy to share some moments, some key moments in this game? Let me just find. Let me find what we can do. Okay, we'll look at some other players, but we will be analyzing Vladislav's game, at least for a little bit.
It was a very interesting game.
Bishop d3. Yeah, that's first thing.
It's very fresh line, I think. Yeah, some practice already.
So, yeah, it looks surprising. This is exactly what, let's say, they would criticize me in Soviet Pioneer's Palace if I would play Bishop d3. But yeah, I've seen people play it.
But it's not a novelty.
It's not. Yeah, it's not a novelty. I know. Right.
Probably knight c6, one of the best moves. Bishop e3 is possible, but of course white have some possibilities instead bishop e3.
G6, h3,
yeah, c4. It's very forced line. Knight g4 probably the best move. At least one of the best. Yeah, bishop d4
takes. Knight c3, e5.
Yeah, e5 looks very natural, but I remember that if watch with computer, 3 possibilities for black. Probably queen a5, bishop d7 maybe.
And e5.
Yeah. But e5 is very logical, yeah.
Yes,
next move bishop e6 and black should be fine.
And also it looks very similar to like some Kalashnikov line, they call it.
Yeah,
right?
sometimes,
you have like similar material and bishop e6, and the only difference, the pawn is on h2 or h3.
But I would like to say that in this situation, black have advantage because knight on d4. It's very critical, and I feel that white should be play very fast, yeah, because potentially black is better maybe.
Yeah, knight on d4 is of course.
For example, if I will start play slow, f3, bishop e6, rook c8.
e5, so you went knight
yeah, it
d5.
was my preparation, of course. Knight d5, bishop e6,
and queen d2.
Yeah, and now was first critical moment. I think that bishop g4 is possible, and I wanted to play queen h6, bishop p6 back, castle.
Short castle.
Yes, of course, yeah. Bishop d5, c takes d5, and maybe g5. But need to analyze.
Nice.
Yeah.
G5 to stop f4. Yeah. If you go f4, you're probably like close to winning.
It's a critical idea for white. G5 very important move.
Wow.
And of course, very hard to find in practical
game. Yeah. I think this is what it became now. Home preparation. You cannot really refute your opponent's opening, right? So you go for some line that maybe they will not find over the board. That is very often what people do.
Yes, of course, because for me it's first time when I played bishop d3, and of course my dreams was that surprise.
Mm-hmm. And it was surprise for him, right?
Yes, for sure, yeah. My opponent think a lot.
And he took here, I think?
Yeah, I'm not sure about bishop d5, but of course, if no preparation, looks very natural.
Yeah, bishop takes, e takes.
Yeah, probably best move, because if I will take c d5, rook c8, stop long castle, and
and now
black
queen
is completely
h6.
fine, I think.
Now queen h6 is nothing, right? Or maybe not nothing, but...
Of course, it's possible, but at least queen a5 check, and I must play king f1.
King f1 and...
without castle,
sorry,
it's another story. Yeah.
Maybe he even...
yeah, potentially, yeah.
Here somewhere.
But of course, it's a long way.
Yeah.
But why not?
Yeah, so ed5. Now he played rook c8.
During the game, I think that white is better here. Maybe slightly, but some ideas I have. Yes, f4 looks very good, because if I will start with castle, maybe...
Short castle.
Maybe,
again.
yes. h5. h5, g5.
h5,
it's very
g5.
complicated, yeah.
Yeah. No.
Also, I wanted to say that if long castle, b5 interesting. b3, I must play. And in the end, idea knight b3. I don't know how to start. Maybe queen b6 or b takes c4.
Yeah, it's a bc4.
Yeah, for example, bishop c4, queen b6. Yeah.
Queen b6.
Yeah,
and
knight
they want
b3
to
next
take.
move. Yeah.
I'm sorry. They want to take,
and queen b3.
Take and win the.
And big troubles for white.
Yeah. Agreed. There was one moment when computer was telling to go long castle.
Really?
F4.
After queen e7, maybe?
Maybe after queen e7.
But
F4,
what after
queen
b5?
e7.
We can check.
Castles.
b5, b3 or what?
b5 and no. Rook e1. I'm not sure. Oh, f takes e5. Wow. C takes and some bishop f5. I'm not sure if it's actually true. It's a very weak engine. But
I think that it's crazy for human, yeah?
Yeah, it's kind of very strange position. When I've seen computer telling this, I said, okay, I know it's bishop b1, and then of course you lose after. Of course you lose after knight b3.
Again, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, very simple. Yeah.
No, so your castle, I think it's very practical. Even though, okay, don't look at this.
I'm not sure that it's mistake.
Yeah,
we need
not.
to analyze more.
It's not.
Castle.
Yeah. Rook here.
Yeah, interesting detail. If I will start with f takes e5, d takes e5, rook a1, and after f6, bishop g6, queen c5.
So you can't even take.
Yeah,
you cannot even
very
take.
important for black. Yeah.
Queen c5 and yeah.
So it's main reason why I started with rook a1.
Rook e1, and he has to play f6, right?
Or maybe f6 best move, but it's game on two results. I think after bishop g6. Probably after rook c4, I will come back bishop d3.
You mean if he takes? Yeah. So if rook c4?
Rook c4 is very risky, I think, because bishop d3 and potentially rook e3, rook h3. Yeah, king side is very weak,
and somehow
it's very hard to defend this position.
Like this is, I don't know if you agree, but somehow like the feeling before when he has this pawn on g6, like the knight is better than the bishop, kind of. But when we have something going on the H file, you look at this knight on d4, and it's almost like it's misplaced.
Yeah, it's another
because it doesn't
okay.
reach the h7 square.
Okay, if will be endgame, for sure, knight
Yeah,
on d4
knight is cool.
fantastic.
Yeah, but for now it's sort of misplaced because it cannot defend h7. So this looked very logical, and we thought he actually kind of defended well till some point.
I think that rook e8 is good move. I'm expected this move.
Rook f3 is very, very tricky resource.
I think that I have alternative rook f2 instead rook f3, but maybe the same, plus minus.
So this, rook c2, very clever. And
Yeah,
rook
because
b3.
after rook e2, instead rook c2, I have interesting move rook a3, very tricky position. And mate ideas.
Here you're apparently winning. Again, I'm not sure how much
rook a3 maybe.
I should trust
and,
this
rook b8
machine.
Next move.
It also was giving us this.
Sometimes, exactly.
When we, like, first I didn't understand what it is.
Yeah, rook b8.
Rook, even this one, believe it or not. Yeah, the rook b8 is probably the same idea, but even this.
Probably no different. Rook
yeah,
b8
check and king h1.
rook h8.
King h1.
Yeah, it's not typical because king is very passive on h1, but mate is first, yeah.
And even Maria showed me this line, and I was still looking for this rook to h7, like, you know, the standard two rooks on the 7th rank.
Yeah.
Rook h2 is cool. So rook c2, you found this.
Because first mind that black should have mate ideas, but sometimes white.
Yeah, and then you go there. Cool.
Maybe a5 was interesting in this moment.
a5.
Just wait. Yeah. I wanted to continue rook a7 and rook c5 maybe.
So
like, yeah, and just
if you want this, he
d3,
doesn't care. D3, you have perpetual.
I think maximum draw for white and for black also. Maybe I can continue rook, king f2, maybe rook d5, rook d3, but it's very not too much, I think. Yeah. But still, practical chance for white because
probably white is the one who's trying.
My king is better, yeah.
Yeah, white is
and
the one.
And many weakness.
Okay, so you
anyway, I must to try something.
Yeah, here, and he went d3, pardon. D3 takes rook e2.
D3 strange move, I think.
Yes, check here.
Yeah, after king f7, rook h3 idea. I calculated.
Yeah, king f7, rook h3. Yeah,
rook g2, king h1, and white is winning.
And white is winning, exactly.
Yeah. No,
so you've seen this idea.
Yes, of course.
Cool. Yeah. So this rook g3, rook b2.
Yeah, it's very forced.
Wow. I didn't see actually. So, again, this engine we are having here. We have it for only one reason, so that people can see the evaluation bar, and this engine is like depth 20. So it's not very strong, but sometimes it shows. So apparently rook d8. Apparently rook d8 was better. I don't know.
I saw this move, but during the game, it not looks like better.
Yeah. Rook h3.
Big choice, I think.
Rook b4 was good.
Maybe king h6 here.
Yeah. Yes, and king h6 was, again, if we believe
and
this
g5 next move.
Machine, yes, that probably is the way for him to escape. And after
probably we need to believe, analyze, because very forced endgame.
Yeah, because later on you played it. I think you played it perfectly, and
I think that my opponent lost a lot of time here. Few moves, yeah, rook b2, rook d2, but still very tricky, yeah. Maybe not winning.
Rook d7.
Yeah. After control move was interesting position, I think.
Right. Yes, because here we don't know. Also, you had not a lot of time.
I think that it was a good quality for both.
Yeah. Check. So apparently this was hold.
I wanted to play rook d7.
Rook d7, yes, and I also thought like d5. This is a d5, yes, here and here.
Yeah. It's true, but maybe
maybe you don't need to go f5. Yes,
king g2, king h3, and something. But
so you want to go all the way here? Maybe. I'm still not sure. So if I give a check, king h3, and
probably back
because I probably have rook d2 loses.
Yes.
loses to this. We can show.
It looks very passive, but
yeah, maybe black just
impossible.
Holds,
maybe draw.
Maybe holds like this, just gives
maybe
check,
and
goes
rook a5
back.
back,
yeah, if you go king h4, I think rook a1 or something. Yes.
It's amazing.
Maybe he just holds.
Okay, maybe f5 instead king h4.
Here, right? F5,
yeah, we need to calculate king h6 only move here. Oh, crazy. Very important that black have check rook a4. After king h4,
king h4
rook a1, for
here.
example, g5 takes king g4.
Yeah.
Rook h4.
This you would win, of course, yes, but there is.
But not only move, really. Rook a6, and after rook d5, rook a4. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's crazy for human. Yeah. Rook a4, of course, and g5.
Yeah. So that maybe was the only moment when he could.
Yeah, during the game, I have feelings that maybe 50 on 50 draw or white will win.
King e8?
It's very passive. Probably
then
not the best.
You repeated. And after the time control, that was, we thought, was very cool.
Yeah,
very
but
cool
d5.
thing.
d5 is critical move.
D5,
maybe g5.
G5?
d4, rook h8 check, king f7, g takes f6, king f6. And very important, rook d8, king f5 idea. Rook d4, king g4. I'm not sure that it's winning. Maybe draw.
It's probably like because Compi tells us it's a draw. No, I mean, no, this is an easy draw, and now I realize, right?
When I was a child, I analyzed positions like this, and
with rook on d3.
many times it's draw. Yeah.
So
With pawn on g5 also, when king on
like
f5,
when the king is blocking, it's very often.
It's very hard to win. Yeah.
So here, so let's say if you go king f.
Yeah, it's very technical move, yeah, and rook a3, king g4.
Check. Here,
but still tricky, yeah. I don't know, king e6 maybe.
I remember there was some. Okay, it's probably not here, but there was some motif to go like king e7.
Yeah, sometimes of course.
Not to let the rook be behind the passed pawn. So yeah, of course, from afar it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell, but rook h5, you've identified it's your best chance, right? And then,
yes, it's very natural.
Rook c5 and
yeah, my first mind that after rook c5 draw in this moment, but then I started to calculate and understood that.
Yeah, you found everything. Yeah, I think this was the end, right?
Yeah, probably only way for white. Yeah, because
yes. Yeah, no, I mean this is very, very impressive. Okay, so with this win, you actually will be. It's such tournament that everybody is around 50%. So you win one game, and all of a sudden you're a leader, one of the leaders.
Yes, of course, because for this round we have situation. Start with second place, probably 8 people.
Yes,
the same
50%
score.
Yeah.
So very solid.
Good luck for the rest of the tournament, and hope you enjoy it here. We commentators, we find this place absolutely fantastic. I don't know about playing chess, but commentating chess, walking around, it's absolutely great.
Yes, of course, I am agree that this place is very good for chess, for tournament. You can focus only on chess, on preparation, and fantastic view from window, for example, and you can walk everywhere. And personally, me, I'm here with all family, with 2 daughters, with wife.
Wow! So you also,
I have mix. Yeah.
Having a vacation. Okay, thank you very much, and good luck for the next game.
Thank you very much. All the best. See you next time.
Okay, and while we have a change in the studio, let me check what else do we have. Do we have any updates? Do we have any developments here or there? How many? We have 2. We have 2 more games in progress.
Շատ հաճախ հասարակությունը բախվելով տարբեր մարտահրավերների
Society, often faced with various challenges, finds within itself the key that will help to overcome or confront these very challenges.
Այսօր մենք շատ հաճախ ենք գործ ունենում տեխնոլոգիական զարգացման
Today, we're often faced with rapid changes of technological development.
կողմից դրանք շատ լավ դրանք շտացնում են մեր կյանքը
On the one hand, they make our lives much easier, but as it is said, these technologies do not make us smarter, if not the other way around.
Շախմատը ես դիտում եմ հաճախ որպես հասարակության կողմից փոխհատուցող մի գործիք
And I often see chess as a compensatory tool by society that allows our minds to grow.
Այնպես որ ես կանխատեսում եմ որ 20 տարի կամ մի քիչ ավել կամ պակաս
So I predict that in about 20 years we will have a generation that will be much more responsible and honest.
Այն երեխաները, որոնք շախմատից ավելի բարձր հաջողություններ են ունենում, շատ ավելի բարձր է
Children who are more successful in chess generally have a stronger ability to weigh. But why chess?
Շախմատային կրթության արդյունքում
As a result of chess education, we're able to develop the child's cognitive process in the most harmonious way.
Այստեղ մենք ունենք հնարավորություն մտածելավուճի զարգացման,
Here we have the opportunity to develop a way of thinking that is, to think in terms of formation of a certain social style.
Այստեղ եւ երևակայությունն է, այստեղ եւ հիշողությունն է մշտապես
Here is the imagination and here is the memory of the constant operations that have already been demonstrated. In general, all this is the formulation of internal speech and accordingly concentration.
Սա ամենաներդաշնակ պոտենցիալն է, որը
This is the most harmonious potential we can form in a child. What do you think is the role of chess teaching in today's educational philosophy?
Կարծում եմ որ
Today, I think that chess can play a crucial role in our education.
որովհետև հիմնական ռեսուրսներից մեկը որ
Because one of the main resources that are very important in education is concentration.
շախմատը այն գործունեության տեսակներից է
And chess is one of the activities that also focuses on it.
Կարող եմ ասել որ շախմատը սովորեցնում է կարգապահություն
I can state that chess teaches discipline because it is one of those games where we have a clear and fixed rules.
իրական կյանքում մենք հաճախ
In real life, we often think only about what we should do.
Բայց օրինակ շախմատը այսպես
But for instance, one of the biggest advantages of chess is that the chess player has to calculate not only his or her steps, but also the opponent's.
երբ որ ես շախմատում փորձում եմ
When I try to decide what to play in the given position in chess, I must calculate how my opponent will respond me if I choose any of the pieces.
Դիմացինը ինչ կարող է պատասխանել ինձ։ Այո, օրինակ պատկերացրեք, եթե իրական կյանքում էլ մենք այսպես մտածենք։ Օրինակ մտածենք, եթե ես
Imagine, for example, that in real life we would have thought so. Like, if I take the step towards a person, how can he respond me?
Շախմատը ընդունված է անվանել որպես ինտելեկտուալ խաղ, մտածելու խաղ, բայց ես ձեզ ասեմ, որ եւ որպես արվեստ
Chess is commonly referred as an intellectual thinking game. But let me add that chess, both as an art and as a sport, has great psychological and emotional potential.
Պարզվում է, որ շախմատը հանդես է գալիս ամենաբարձր
It turns out that chess is the most diverse and the best life model.
Ինչպես ենք ցույց տալիս կամ ապացուցում
How do you show or prove to a parent that chess knowledge will have the potential to be used in the future?
պետք է
We must initially take into account the interdisciplinary connections. That is to say, the connection of chess with mathematics or with the field of IT. The second, third, or fourth grade child is already able to analyze, plan, or assess the situation.
կամ գնահատել իրավիճակը
It seems to me that all this is the guarantee of learning other subjects well and being a good specialist in the future.
Ես տեսնում եմ, որ երեխաների մոտ այն երեխաները, ովքեր որ կարող են շախմատում
I see that kids who are able to do better in chess perform even successful at mathematics.
ուսուցիչները որ որակներ
What qualities, abilities, or goals do teachers see in the field of general education?
Հիմնականում շեշտում էին կոնկրետ վերլուծելու կարողությունը, այսինքն կանխատեսելու, պլանավորելու, համադրելու։
Teachers mainly emphasize the ability to analyze, predict.
This is how we are coming back on air. Okay.
Everything's okay now?
Yeah, hopefully, yeah. Now the sound's coming through. And we are back with 2 games left, and one of them we think might be finishing anytime soon. Sam Savian against Shant Sargsyan. So over here, the king f1, there've been two more moves. Check, king g2, knight d4, right? Rook back to d2, king back to f1,
and then
knight d4 and knight to c5.
Forcing e3.
Yeah. So again, if f5, knight e6 is a draw, so e3, f e3,
knight f5.
Knight f5. Well, maybe still he will, win a pawn somehow. Knight e4 needed. You cannot really give this pawn. So knight e4 needed. You
Check.
can take king e1.
Rook g2. No.
Something.
Try to attack the pawn on g3.
Yeah. And apparently, again, like if I look at computer is not impressed. Like any move, but I mean
rook b7,
from like human perspective, that's what you want to do. You go, say rook b7 and knight f5, knight
g5.
Maybe king f1 is what it wants to do.
Just to
king f1 first to kick the rook.
And then
out. Let's say rook c2.
No, we
have
no idea now for black because now g3 pawn is not attacked.
So you're just waiting. You're just waiting. But again, it's not a forcing draw, right? I mean, it's some position that white is holding, but black can somehow still try to play. I don't know where this knight has to be. Maybe attack this guy. Knight g5, knight g5, knight h6, and then you cannot go out of this, right? No, because this is actually known. The knight on h6 defends the pawn very nicely, but then you cannot escape. White just stands like this, maybe king on f2 or g2.
Very few material here.
Yeah, not enough resources. So e3. We actually get it, right?
Yeah.
e3, knight e4, knight e3 check, king went to e1, and rook d4.
Yeah.
Rook d4 attacking this knight, so knight has to go to g5. Probably will go to g5. And rook b7 will be the resource for white to fight back. So Sam, even though his position looked suspicious at some point, will probably hold it against Shan Sargsyan. And the other game that is still in progress,
we have another rook endgame
against Ray Robson. This one thinks in many moves.
After a big
there's a lot of stuff. Knight d3.
Knight d3. Let me check. It was
rook
c8, king d2, bishop f4 check.
Bishop f4, knight f4, king f4. This one.
Rook g1.
This one is completely winning. Rook
c3, b4, a b4, rook g6. Maybe winning, but it's rook endgame.
That's the current position, or
no, rook g6, rook h3, rook b6, rook b3.
No, this is too much.
So
black has two extra pawns and a very active king. Very active.
a5 was played, h3, a6.
a6. Yeah. I don't even know what is the best way of winning it.
h2 and after rook h6,
h2, rook h6, rook a3,
rook
h2. I guess you just take. Why not?
I know that the rook endgame with f and h pawn is
a draw, but h pawn is already gone, right? So check. I mean, I imagine this is winning, but this also should be like easily winning, even f4, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, and rook a2, and you just win this pawn and
the king,
king e1, check here,
rook f1.
Here, yes, and this is what's known as Lucina position or whatever. Okay, so even this one's winning, but you don't need to. You probably had a better way of winning it.
After
What's the
H3,
time situation?
A6.
Was A6 was played?
Well, A6 was played. Now.
I just realized we don't have. Okay, the camera is hanging, so it's not the real. That's the camera. Okay, that's a different camera. So it's around to move, and he's on like a couple of minutes only, right?
I see some events on another camera.
Oh, you mean maybe the other game? No, the other game could not finish. I think this one will finish first.
This one? Yeah.
So more moves. A6, black played something, and then rook H6 fold. We don't know.
No, he played King G5
no, but
to
here...
prevent rook H6 after but his. Let me update. Okay, after A6.
Black played something, and it wasn't H2, so he.
So that's with my connection, maybe.
Probably played rook A3. Okay, let me see. I also have the same the same thing. And it says black lost on time, and that's why it stopped updating. Okay, at least in my case, it was saying black lost on time.
I have no connection in all my.
But again, something is. Wait, the pawn's on. I guess rook A3 is what you would do, because now takes, you have H2, rook B1, king F3, and this is how you easily win. So he went, I suspect he went rook A3, rook H6.
Rook H6.
Don't know why king G5.
King G5, yeah.
Rook somewhere. King G5 is weird though. King G5, rook H8. Yes.
Just to attack the rook.
Yeah, but still, if you take, they take back. I guess you take, they take, you go check, so that the king cannot go to the third rank. King somewhere, and then you can go rook A3, I guess.
Rook H8.
Rook H8, and then probably return with the king. So it's
that's
like,
why
it's still
you
way
said
too
that
much.
It's weird move.
To go to G5,
to G5,
yes, because I don't know why it would.
Because somehow you need to return it to F4.
So the only question is, like, could it be that he wants king G4
to protect the pawn, and then
to protect the pawn, rook, say rook H6, and I don't know, like it still should be.
Can we use another pawn, maybe B3 or D3?
Yeah, that's.
We have so many pawns for black,
possible.
no?
Wait, if I give a check here, maybe this is like a trickier way. Because now, if white goes to the first rank somewhere, king G4, and I want to take this without giving my H pawn, and then after rook H6, just B3.
How greedy you are.
Very, very greedy, yes. That's true. I'm ashamed, but cannot change. It's second nature.
But only in chess.
Yeah, hopefully. No, but seriously, it's strange. I think we, older generation, like, or at least some of us, we were taught this way for the end games. Like, you do not try to calculate like one way of winning. You just look at what gives me the kind of the best, the most material, I don't know, the best winning chances and so on. So you kind of trying to play the control game, right? So that's okay. In the worst case scenario, I'm still up 2 pawns and so on. Even though probably someone else would say, okay, you only need 1 pawn, so let's calculate a line and just like win.
Finally, it's
and
updated.
It's actually, I wasn't too far off, right? Check, king C1 was played. King C1. And then king G4 should be it, yes. And
Queen G4?
Ray just played it. King G4. I'm not even sure what to suggest.
And he looks relaxed.
Check.
After
king here.
Just drinking.
Check. I mean, you can take on F2. You can go here. Takes. Take it.
Why not d3?
Rook e3
rook
check.
e3 check.
Yes, I thought take first, then go
and
check,
then,
and then.
Mm-hmm.
King g4. I think this will be it.
Yeah.
Let me see. Move 60. Yeah, check played. King f3. So not only we kind of trying to beat this 15 minutes delay by looking at, looking at the live transmission, but we also try to predict the moves that will be happening on the board from a camera view. In the other game, yeah, just quickly, same Savian with Sean Saxian. Let me see if we have, here we have a camera on Sam Savian sitting at the board thinking, and we can try to see
the knight on g8.
We can try to see what happened. Oh, okay, there's a lot of moves being played. I'm not sure if we have to. Maybe we have to. So what happened was rook. Oh wait, I'm confused. Knight g5, rook d7.
Rook d7, rook b3.
Knight f5 again.
Knight
no,
c2,
knight c2,
check.
king f2.
Rook d2.
Rook d2.
King g1, rook d7, king f2, rook c7, knight f3, rook a7, rook d3, knight b4, rook d6, rook e6.
Rook e6. So that was an interesting moment. Yeah,
Yeah.
and obviously you don't want to trade.
Of course.
Even if it's a draw, you don't want to change anything.
Of course. Rook d7, that's why. Knight c6.
Knight g5.
Rook c7. Knight e7.
Knight e7.
Knight goes to g8. Rook d7, knight g8. Finally.
Rook d7, knight g8.
But. And what?
I think there've been more moves. Knight g5.
72.
Check. No, I have more moves. Check, king g2, knight h6. I told you knight h6 is the best square.
For the
knight
knight,
e4, rook a6, and I think you just go back. And,
no ideas how to
black
win.
cannot really change anything. Wait, I guess what you could do, okay, and you go back, and maybe you if you go rook f5, they once again, I think.
The idea is to
So
trap
I was
you
thinking you go
the
here, and maybe one day you can play f6. Which I'm not saying you're winning with the king on the last rank, but that's your only way of kind of kicking this knight away. Otherwise, if let's say here knight g5, all of that just cannot move. All of that just cannot move. So you somehow kind of need to get rid of the knight on f6. I believe this can be a very, very long game.
And
Pretty much.
the other game with 3 extra pawns for black that still continue.
Will be done anytime soon. So I think a check was played, right?
Yeah, check. King takes on f3.
So he took on f2 immediately.
Yeah.
Rook h3.
Rook a6, rook d3, rook d6.
Just rook d6. Okay,
rook
so
d1,
this
f4, rook d2,
d1, f4.
f4. Oh, that's too many pawns.
Somehow the king is on d1, but or maybe not rook d1, but king d1. King d1, f4. Yeah, rook d2.
Unfortunately for Aram, I even.
Yeah, it's hard to even see what idea could it be. And there was, I think.
Sometimes you just need time to realize that you are losing the game, and you need just some time to relax.
Calm down. I mean, it's very hard to relax when you're losing.
No, of course, it's not a good word, but to
understand what just happened.
Understand.
You can say so. Yeah, I completely agree, and maybe even I'm not sure. Aram wasn't really better in this game, right? Because sometimes it's very hard. Like when you have like a winning position, so like Donchenko yesterday, for instance, it was very, very painful. But even like any game that chess player loses. It's never pleasant.
He was a leader before this game.
And this is it. So I believe something like that has happened. And yeah, no way to stop all of those pawns. And Ray Robson wins yet another game. So he is on +1 now. So he
as Artemiev.
Yeah, so it's Ray Robson, Vladislav Artemiev, and Michal Sarin on +1.
Right.
Three-way tie, three-way tie for the lead, but again, with only +1, it can easily change the very next round.
So the only one game?
Only one game is left, Sevian's game against Shant Sargsyan, and let me see. Okay, we have a camera on Shant now, and we had one more, right? Oh no, this one's not working. This one is working. Let me see. This one's on empty board. This one on Ray Robson and Aram Hakobian walking away from the playing hall, and we will watch this last remaining game till the end. Hopefully, if we will have the connection.
Don't you think Black has chances to win here?
Black always has chances to win there. White, but moreover, like White has chances to win it if you blundered. Hang on. So, what is that? Knight G5. Hang on. Knight G5. Rook A2.
Rook A2. King G1.
King went to F6. White is just waiting. Yeah, that's exactly what we said. And then it's very hard for Black to come up with something.
Okay.
Check here, king goes here,
check again.
Here, king goes here. Let's move 80, and I have move 80 is the last move in our transmission. So wait, so this is what you can try. And
but it is
against kind of less experienced opponents, you could be like scared of something.
Rook F6.
Yeah, that's Rook F6.
Takes on G3, takes on G6, takes on H4, and with an extra pawn on the rook game should be.
Yeah, but imagine you went to H1. Okay, not any sane person would go to H1, but let's say we look at exactly the same line.
Rook F6.
It's still a draw.
Rook H3, the idea to mate.
Yeah, now I'm threatening a checkmate, and after that I wanted to say I'm winning this pawn. But it's funny that I go king H1.
Rook G3
and
rook G6,
still Rook G6.
And stalemate.
Still Rook G6. As much as I'm trying to lose with White, there is always a resource. It's cool, but again, of course, I'm just making stuff up because king G1 is so natural.
So how to protect the pawn on F7 and to activate the king?
Rook A3 here, king G7 check, king G8.
Let's move back on G5 maybe.
Can go back to G5, can go check,
and then
this, Rook B7, maybe it's again like second time repetition, I'm not sure. So Sam just does, I think he moved the rook, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he did go Rook B8, Knight G5, and Rook B7.
And now he stands.
Is it Sam or
yes,
is it?
No, it is not Sam. I mean Sam behind.
You've seen him. Yeah, you've seen him walking. But this is what? This is one of the arbiters, I believe. Let me check if we have any other cameras on this game. No, not really. Yeah. I think that's one view that we have from the opposite side of the playing hall.
This is an arbiter, yeah. Did you notice that even carpet here is chess carpet?
Really? I didn't notice. No. So the carpet that they have.
In the playing hall, there's some pieces.
Incredible. No, seriously, it's how, let's say, thanks to, I think, initiatives of some Battle-Putyan and, of course, Stepan Avagyan, who was supporting all that, this little town of Jermuk, apart from being known for mineral water, and it's like the resort, also is known for chess.
how many tournaments was
there were played,
there
and I believe there will be played more tournaments in Jermuk. Right, wait, rook b7, rook a6, rook c7. The only problem with this material is that it can literally last forever. Can literally last. No, I mean, it cannot last forever because at some point they will have to move a pawn. And this will happen. Let me think. One was the last time we took something. We took the pawn on e3 on move 60. We took the pawn on e3 on move 60. So if we
your
reach...
idea is to count how many
Yes,
moves
yeah. So
any...
if we reach a move number 110 and nothing changes, then white can claim a draw. Okay, let's see. That is... No, that's a... Yeah,
you know
that's the board.
That Korchnoi used another method. He just looked to his opponent with his well-known
intimidating stare. Right? What are you doing?
What are you doing? It was Korchnoi's method to stop the game.
Yeah. Rook f6, knight e4, rook f5. I guess you just go back. Or e7. Surprisingly, we are not that far from seriously reaching 50 moves rule, draw by 50 moves rule.
Or repetition, maybe also.
Repetition, but I think that's something that you pay attention as black. Like if you are serious about playing this one, maybe you like pay attention that the position is a little bit different.
The rook should be
because
different squares.
We were giving checks from the A file. Now let's say to change something, we can go to B file, and so to make sure that we are not repeating. Because this, interestingly, 3 versus 2, it's probably because white is so active. It's like black literally cannot do anything, because it's been known that like stronger side has some chances at least. And here, for now, we don't have any chance. We don't see any chances.
Maybe the pawn structure for white is the best here.
Yeah.
Because
so
we have
white cannot really...
Nice square on g5. All the pawns are defended.
And like knight from e4 defends this pawn defends the h4 pawn, and you always ready to go to g5.
And this f7, g6, h5 pawns are better for defense than for reaching some.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still not sure like what is the ideal
pawn structure for black.
Yeah.
Maybe f6, g5, h5, and the king on g6. No.
f6, g5, h5. And then and this would be like, so this would be white pawns, and then black has something like that. Knight on e5.
Knight on e5.
But then it's just like not about pawn structures. Like black is much more active, and that's how he wins. Yeah. So the question is if black can make a first step in this direction, right? By the way, if my transmission is correct, then king g1 is what we have, and black's the move, which doesn't change much, to be honest. Doesn't change much.
That's why I started to wash on the carpet in the playing hall. By the way, do you like chess sweatshirts?
You mean like chess themed clothes or?
Are you wearing something?
Most of them are not really my thing. So the only thing that I actually wear, which is chess, I don't know, has chess branding or something. It's World Chess back in the day done. The sweatshirt, I think. It's not a hoodie, it's a sweatshirt with famous Fisher, photography Fisher on the metro train, remember, analyzing something. So that one, it's actually kind of cool. And that's probably the only one, because I've heard about some and even seen some attempts about, say, t-shirts with chess memes and so on. And I understand how they could look cool on kids and so on. But yeah,
so you are solid.
I don't feel like, So like sunglasses with some like little, checked pattern, or maybe, I don't know, what could it be? Shoes? You could do something
Maybe
with
socks.
So yeah, socks, but that looks goofy, right? I mean, it's more of just to show off that I'm a chess player. But to really make it look nice and still chess themed, you could do something with the shoes, like, some engraving or whatever it's called. I keep forgetting how it's called. But essentially, no. I know it's very popular among I think top women players.
Yeah.
I've seen Alexandra Kostyniuk having like a full outfit, chess themed, and I think there've been other examples. I'm not sure. Like Kostyniuk, I'm pretty sure. Even she had some jewelry, which is again like I would probably wear if I was supposed to wear jewelry, which men rarely do. That's the only thing that I wouldn't mind being chess themed.
I have a nice ring with chess
Symbols,
symbols,
pieces,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is
with the black and white diamonds.
Oh,
Actually,
Bradley.
it's
Okay,
silver,
okay,
but
it's different. And you're offering me chess socks. No, we cannot agree on that. Chess socks do not work. Yes, diamonds. Yes. King to g1, rook to e5, knight to g5, king to f6, rook to a7, and rook to f5.
Another attempt
To confuse white, I think. That's what we are trying to do by that point. King g2, move 91. And what did I say? 110. Oh, it's still a long, long way.
Maybe the idea is to move the king on e5, but I'm not sure.
But again, like, what do we after this check? What do we achieve, right?
Nothing. I think
if you go here, I can still go checks, or I can just take. I don't know. Go here.
The paint structure looks not very promising for black.
Yeah, exactly. So you actually you probably just lose the pawn immediately, right?
Okay, and
so I'm not even sure what
their
he
idea
wants.
how to
King g2 back to g7.
Back to g7.
Back to g7.
And then what?
I don't know. Then we can get 3 more moves in, which is knight e6, king g8. We've seen
rook,
it.
Rook check, knight check, and maybe
back.
And back.
Yeah.
Maybe it is not the third time because rook on f5, or it was. It was. So.
Maybe we even repeated it for the second, but I'm not trying to follow the threefold repetition. I'm just like saying that eventually we will get to 50 moves.
50 moves.
50 moves. But realistically, white is not planning to go g4, right? So it's all about, will black be able to move f7, f6 before move 110?
Okay, king
He
f8.
did go knight e6, king g8, yes.
Mm-hmm. No, this is another game. Sorry.
Everything's over. Yeah. Everything's over. I don't remember, by the way. We might not. I definitely mentioned that Aravind made the draw against Robert Hovhannisyan. Maybe we didn't show the last moves, but there was not anything like super spectacular. We have, it's for the first time that we have 3 decisive games. Michal Serino won against Donchenko, Artemiev against Gumulyaj, and then Robson with black, we just witnessed, beat Aram Hakobian.
It should be 3 out of 5.
Check and check.
And check.
And rook a7.
Rook a7?
Yeah, I guess, yeah. Move 95, 15 more moves.
Rook a7 was played.
Yeah. It's funny how, we were discussing after this long round, which was round 2, I think, when Donchenko won this very long game against Robson. Yeah. And we were discussing, I said, like, probably that's the last, well, not the last, but the longest round already. We had the longest round already. And somebody told me about Robert Hovhannisyan. So supposedly Robert Hovhannisyan is playing very, very long games. And so far, he never played a long game. Okay, he never been the last player to okay, we have something new. Knight G4. I don't know why am I so excited about this. There is nothing going on. Knight G4. Up to like, I mean, you can just shuffle. You can go
again,
check.
Our favorite series of check.
Yeah. You can go check. King F6 back.
Okay.
And nothing.
Nothing. If check on F2, it's.
Okay, I don't go here. I go to G1. Go to G1. If check on F2. So rook A7, Knight G4, move 95. That's only information we need to know. It's move 95. Wait a second. No, we have more moves. So Knight G4, Rook A3. Interestingly, Rook F2, King G1, Rook
D2,
B2.
B2. Rook A7.
Don't know.
Knight E5. Maybe. Another way to protect, but maybe.
Yeah, you can wait again.
Wait again, yeah.
Yeah, I just don't see what black can do.
And
move 90. Okay, after rook b2, it's move 97. So we are getting closer and closer to this 110 magical number.
But maybe he's. Is he counting the moves?
I mean, at some point you get annoyed and you just check. By the way, when was the last capture?
Rook A7.
Rook A7, 95. Yes,
95.
I wasn't wrong. And then you just wait, right? So
maybe
here,
check again.
Here. Wait. Okay, now I understand something. So if we get here, Knight F7, Knight F3, there is a reason.
Only one move.
There is a reason to be worried. And again, computer's not impressed. It says it's a draw, but yeah,
some
I mean,
chances.
here I understand why would you be, let's say, why would you be worried? Like takes, and even this, who knows, maybe you'll have to play rook and knight. So it's not as simple. I should still be careful.
When you are playing chess, you should be careful.
You should always be careful. Yeah, that's true.
And how to be focused for so long?
I don't know.
Oh?
I don't know. I've lost
Maybe
many
some
long
life hacks.
Okay, I never gotten a better advice than from for one of the first coaches, yeah, who would say that. But again, it required the time controls were different, right? The time controls were different, so that you would make it to move 40 and you'll get an hour,
yeah,
right? And he says like almost like even if it's your move, stand up, like take a walk for a couple of minutes and think about so that now kind of new phase of the game is starting, or maybe like new game is starting, and you play the position of what's on the board, not what was before, not that you were winning before the opening or after the opening, not that you could win immediately in a time trouble, just play a new position. And maybe if you can afford like doing this mental kind of exercise, reconnection, so that you disconnect and reconnect in a couple of minutes, and then you look at the position which is on the board, that might help. But I have to say that strangely our time controls were longer, but they were less exhausting compared to the situation when you have to make maybe like Ray Robson had 70 moves on 30 seconds. That is, you have no chance of staying focused till the end of the game. You either make it or you don't, right? Because like to recollect, to somehow shape up, you just don't have a chance.
And what about the physical shape? It is.
I think it's nowadays it's getting more and more physical. Chess, yeah, like you look at all of them. First of all, chess is much younger, and the best chess players, they also are kind of athletes. And yeah, everybody's, I don't know, going to gym or whatever, doing some kind kind of physical sports beside chess. Because yes, endurance, it's not so easy. And again, time controls are getting shorter, but your preparation time gets longer. So yeah, hang on, something happened. He went rook a5, and black went knight c4, and white went back, and black went here, and white went here, and black went rook b6. 101. Move number 101. So, and again, f6 is impossible to achieve now with this setup. So just go king g2.
King g2, king f2, also possible. And if rook a7.
It's all right.
It's all right, should be.
It's all right, yeah. No.
Nothing,
Maybe that's the point, so that he will defend the 7th rank. And that is, again,
okay.
It doesn't change the position in principle, because it still should be a draw, but maybe this is something you want to avoid, right? So that not to let them play rook b7. So king g2, king f6. I guess, yeah, as long as
we
this
have
one.
no tactic rook d6, unfortunately, for white.
Yeah. It's kind of a cool tactic which ends in a lost endgame. Yeah.
How to help your opponents to win the game?
Something like king f3. I still don't see how black is playing. Wait, maybe it's the same thing. I go king f5, and when you take, I go check. And when the king's going, I go...
Knight e4 again?
Yeah, but knight e4,
knight
there is
d6,
this
knight d6 maybe also is possible.
Knight d6 was it possible? I'm not sure,
because after
here.
I will take on e4.
Yes, white is winning. That's cool. I thought of rook b2 and I missed rook b2. And of course, if you just take the rook, it's knight c5. So you're right. This is also a thing, knight d6, but also rook d5. And then if king e6, it's pretty much achieves the same thing. And if king g4, you say thank you very much. Say thank you very much. Yes.
I don't know, but white starts to win in our analysis.
Yeah, that means it doesn't mean anything. It just means that we are tired. It just means that we are tired. All right, king g2, king f6, instead of king f3, someone king h3. Rook to a6 and king to g2. Move number 104. And Sam, who at some point was on seconds, now it's much more often that he stands from the board, because he has played his last moves quite quickly. Managed to accumulate 8-9 minutes. That's what I see.
And Shant is only 4 minutes left.
No, but it was much less. At some point, he was really on seconds. So it's not... I guess it's not about the time anymore.
Yeah.
It's just like if you can find at least some line where you have chances. I guess it's still possible, right? You go check.
And then try to avoid the exchange, yeah?
King h3, knight e4.
And here
and now
knight d6
at least now you cannot go knight d6, I hope. Yeah, king e6. But you can always go rook d5. I have to go here, and it's here. King takes, rook takes. No, absolutely. Like nothing to do. Rook a2, hang on. Like that. I think like that he went rook a2 check.
Rook a2 check.
No. Now he actually did go king f5. Knight f7.
Knight f7.
Rook a2 check.
So
now at least.
we should start again. We should
no 50 moves rule.
No 50 moves.
No 50 moves rule. But wait, but after king h3, if you cannot go king e4, knight e4, sorry. Wait, and
what
if you do this,
but
now, funny enough, you can go here if you wanted to. because you can take.
And take on g6.
And go here. Yeah, and take on g6, and you put a knight on f4, and you cannot lose it.
But maybe it's easier not to exchange.
Yeah. No. I don't think you have to do it. I'm just saying you can do it.
He played knight e4, and
what? Black played knight e4.
e4, and we expect rook
so
d5.
rook d5. Yeah, rook d5 is just an immediate draw.
Rook d5. King f6.
Wait, I'm saying immediate draw. It's
King f6.
Me being tired because there is king f6. You don't have to go here. There's king f6.
Knight g5.
Knight g5. Knight f2. I mean, it is a draw, of course.
But
right?
you need to calculate some tricks with the knight. Maybe knight g2, knight g4.
Yeah, don't go to g1.
Don't go to
g1.
h3.
Okay, that's the only move, but that's enough. That's enough. Yeah, but I agree. It's not as simple.
And what else if not rook d5? If knight g5 immediately?
It's also a draw.
Maybe it's also a draw. Yeah.
Black will win a pawn. He'll take twice.
I'm ready to sacrifice this pawn. Because rook on d7 it looks like more safety than on d5. It's just optical.
Okay, I have a question. If I literally do nothing, if I go here,
okay,
there is also not much going on.
Rook a3.
Rook a3.
This
one I don't like to lose this one. It's computer doesn't care, but yeah, I don't like to lose this one. Yeah, I agree. So it's better to go here, and then just be sure
that after knight
after
g4,
a check I have king f3.
Because the rook on d5 is a bit under attack, but no.
But wait, knight d1, I can go to g1, right? Actually I could go anywhere. Knight d1 is not critical. Knight g4
it's critical because after
here I'm getting checkmated. Here I lose because of check and check.
Yeah, that's why my idea was not to.
But you can go to f3.
Yeah.
You can go to f3 and
if you are not tired,
it's the end.
Yes, he checked.
It's the end. He did go rook d5. Yeah, of course. I mean, these players, they are young and full of energy. Check king f6.
They are ready to play a blitz tournament after the game.
The blitz tournament.
Today is it Tuesday? No.
It is Tuesday. Knight g5.
Some titled.
Title Tuesday.
Title Friday, title Tuesday. There are so many titles.
No, I had another story. Well, because it's a long enough day. Plus, they're still playing. I had one other story. Remember, I've mentioned chess marathons. When you play like 75 or whatever, 80 rounds of blitz. And then where was it? I think it was in Pardubice, where I've actually witnessed where we played this very long marathon, and then we end finally, and it took us 12 hours or whatever. And some local amateurs, they were so happy that the official part was over that then now they can sit and play some blitz. It was crazy. Those were like two elderly gentlemen, so they survived the blitz marathon, and then
they looked fresh.
And then they started playing. Yeah, then they started playing the blitz. So crazy.
Played once in Pardubice.
While we were talking, finally the game ended. Yes. So knight g4, king f3, and that was it. So what was your story with Pardubice?
I just happened to play here once, and I won women prize.
Cool. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we once again remind you that today we had 3 wins. So Michal Serin won against Donchenko. Robson beat Hakobian, and Artemiev won against Gumulaj. All of those three people who won today, they are tied
leaders
for the first. And I believe that was it for today. Thanks for
you
watching,
for
and come back tomorrow for round 6. Thank you very much.